making that dollar in my 6'4" Impala. What? So pop that body. What? Come on, man. That made me mad. Hey. Oh, let me take this out. It's going a little too exclusive right here. Let me take this out. It's my. Boy, easy used to go hard. That's my head. Hey, y'all don't know nothing about no easy, man. Easy does it. Easy does it, man. Do it easy. My partner. Hey, listen. So, first I want to start off officially. Peace and love. It's your brother Isaiah tapping in again with another one for all the conscious brothers and all my conscious sisters in the conscious community who keep the struggle. Because we definitely know that it's through the struggle that we grow. And also, I like to say that it is, in fact, it's a slow process for progress. And the race is not to those that move swift, it's to those that remain dutiful, who stay steadfast, right? Keeping your duty, meaning not getting to the point to where you just give up or you allow the process to break you down before you get a chance to learn it. Give yourself an opportunity. One thing we have to learn, right? Let me get through this. I want to say that I don't offer no legal advice or any of that type of stuff. I'm only here to educate you, to share with you information, and give you things that I've learned throughout my walk, throughout my journey of what I like to call life. And I like to extend my honors to you. Because when I honor the true man and I honor the true woman, I honor myself because I recognize that within the original man and woman is a divine creed. And I like to also acknowledge the Most High, the collective intelligence that, in the way I see it, we call him Allah. You may call him something else. But that divine being, that divine creation. And I like to give honors to all the divine beings who came after that helped us to remember that divine creed in which we come from. To not get wrapped up in our flesh to where we forget our true identity and become a person. So, and I like to also extend these honors to you, right? But let me get into the topic. So, I've been talking about lately about how the government is responsible for all of your obligations, or the state government, the municipality, because each state government, right? So, all right, so you got the United States Federal District, known as the District of Columbia. And that district stretches out throughout states like when other parties contract with the district or if they receive any federal funding through the district, then those areas become federal districts because the Fed can only operate on federal ground. So it has to have jurisdiction in order to do what it's doing. You got to understand that. So anything federally funded, anything going through the Fed, whether it's currency, if you're using their money, anything, it automatically becomes Fed, right? They call these areas like plight areas, okay? And what they do is they practice what's known as eminent domain. Okay, so eminent domain is it's a law that allows entities that is in conjunction with the government to take property from private investors and use it to the benefit of the government without that person receiving any benefit for something that was actually theirs. It's called damaging property, a destruction of property. When somebody destroys or they stop the rights of a person to receive equal trade rights when given value. So if you give something, say it could be a mortgage, and you're giving it to a mortgage company, right? Now they have to follow GAAP. Now, if you don't know what GAAP is, it's general annual accounting principles, right? And all institutions have to follow these principles to where they have to set up their books a certain way. That's why when you create an entity, it asks you certain dates about the filing of taxes and things like that, because your books and your records all are supposed to be funneled through the comptroller of the currency. He is the chief financial officer of the state, right? He's over all the banks. He's over all the institutions, federal institutions in that district that's doing any kind of banking or business or holding any type of insurance, bonds, oaks, okay? So when you're dealing with the comptroller, he's the one that you can go to your complaints with, right? If you got a bank and you're having an issue with this bank, the comptroller is the chief financial officer who can deal with the bank, but you got to know whether it's a federal bank or it's a state bank, because you got state banks and you got federal banks. Okay, and you got to know the difference, because depending on what jurisdiction the bank resides within would determine which institution you will file the complaint with. I know because I had to go through these things, so I can only share the things that I experienced, right? Okay. Now, what is important is that the comptroller has forms, has documents, and different things that you can actually utilize, right? Now, I'm gonna pull up something real quick. Excuse me. All right. Okay. So remember we was just talking about accounting, right? And I'm telling you that the comptroller of the currency in all states have what's known as forms that can be used. for accounting purposes, okay? Make sure you share out the line, make sure you like, subscribe. If you want to learn more, if you're trying to, you've been trying to figure things out for a while, you've been trying to learn some things, but you seem to be running in circles, okay? And you just want a little bit of correct information. You know what I'm saying? Please help me out. Like, you see this invoice voucher form right here? We're gonna go to that form. Make sure y'all share out, man. Listen, share out the information now. Y'all gonna have to start doing a little bit better with Brother Isaiah, man. Y'all gonna have to do a little bit better with me, man. Now let me share my screen with you now. Cause when I say y'all gonna quit playing with me, man. Y'all gonna quit playing with me, okay? All right, this is an invoice voucher form. You know how you take the voucher? Yeah, I want to process payment. Oh, really? You do? Okay. So this is this right here is a invoice voucher form, and this is for the state of Illinois. This is actually an accounting form that you can get through the controller of the currency. He's the chief financial officer of the state. He's required to do certain financial transactions before the United States Treasury. He is, in fact, the authority over all financial institutions within his jurisdiction. Okay. Now it says payment of interest may be made available if the state fails to comply with the State Prompt Payment Act. Now, Prompt Payment Act, every state has this act. It's called the Prompt Payment Act. You should go read it. I really think you should go read the Prompt Payment Act and understand what it means by prompt payment, understanding what payment is, understanding when payment is tendered, what the requirements are, actually all of those things, because these things are the things that really needs to be understood in order for you to correct your relationship. And then you see you got the vendor or the payee. And then it got the last name, first name, and then the middle initial or the business name. You see what I'm saying? All right. And then you got the voucher number, the voucher date, appropriation account code, invoice number, invoice date. And then down here at the bottom, it says the beginning and the ending date of the service and the GAAP code, the GAAP code, General Annual Accounting Principles, right? Give a complete description. And it says of the articles / services rendered or attached itemized vendor's invoice. Okay? And you see it got the quality, the unit. Every one of us have units. Like if you live in an apartment, that's a unit. You know what I'm saying? Single unit. That's what they call that. It's called a single unit. Why is that important for you to understand that? Because most contracts, most agreements that you enter, they are secured already against your principal residence. That they're basically using your residence as collateral against you. What do I mean by that? What I mean by your residence securing the transaction, if they can bill you, if they can reach out and contact you, if they can, then that means your residence is the secured place that they use in order to secure their rights to receive their benefits, and meaning that they will allege all obligations against your residence. So what that is called, that's called a secured obligation, because it's already perfected against your residence already, meaning that they already have a security interest being able to commingle with you through your residence, which secures the obligation. That's one of the main reasons why because your residence is tied to everything pretty much, credit report, accounts you open, things like that. And when you start really seeing it for what it is, and you say, well, why the residency? Because the residency is conducive to the estate because the estate is where usually all the real and personal property of an individual is stored or located. So usually most people store, they might have a second home or vacation home and things like that. But in most instances, a majority of their precious things, Jews, children, everything is at their main place of residence, which is conducive to their estate and all the possessions they own, right? So when you calculate it in that sense, it'll make it'll make more sense to why you consider it the estate, right? Now, when you go down, you got expiration, obligation, the amounts, and then some other codes, and then numbers, payment amount, subtotal, right? Then it says the total payment amount. You got discount, deductions, total amounts, and then it says, but this right here is for the agency use only, right? Meaning that it's what they do right here. All this right here from 25 on down, right? Then it says right here, it says, I certify that the goods or services specified on this voucher were for the use of this agency, and that the expenditures for the goods or services was authorized and lawfully incurred, right? That such goods or services meets all the required standards set forth in the purchase agreement. See that? See that? Listen to the language, y'all. Or contract to which the voucher relates. Okay? And that the amount shown on this voucher is correct and approved for payment. If applicable, the reporting requirements of Section 5.1 of the Governor's Office of Management and Budget Act have been met. So then, of course, you want to go and look this up to see what that is. What? It's been met. So as you can see, this voucher doesn't show you like writing no check or anything. It shows where you receive a voucher and then you process some sort of approved payment or an agreed amount to be accepted toward being used as payment for an obligation with somebody else that basically already has a pre agreed with you in advance that he would actually pay those amounts if you were to fact, provide the tender. Okay, now let me go back. All right, so that was the invoice voucher. All right, you got a lot of see right here where it says annual petty cash fund usage report milestone report. And then we got contract obligation document. Right? Let's see what that is. So, because it's making me damn. Let's see. Y'all should be able to see this. Should be. Yeah, it ain't gonna let me show y'all that for some apparent reason. It opened up in words instead, or this might be it opened up in words or one of those type of documents. So it took me straight to that. But as you can see, just to show you some of the kind of the forms that's in here, you got a contract obligation document, contract transparency document. You got the W-4, employee address certification, right? Chart account warrant, action request, fund transfer notification, expenditure adjustment transmittal, right? And then you got a salary fund. Now we go to page 2, right? Just to kind of show you, like, they got a lot of information in here, a lot of documents. All right, I'm gonna show you this. Come on now, change that. All right, so this one right here, see? Transfer application, obligation, change custodianship, modification documents. This right here is a voucher signature authorization. Right here, you see this, so you can read it. I want to show it to you because a lot of people can't show people things like this. So I want to be able to provide things to you so that I can show you that once you get to a certain point, you can learn how to do certain things. This right here is the voucher signature authorization form, right? It's used to provide specimen signature to the comptroller for a person authorized to sign the agency's head approval line on the vouchers, and the agency file a balancing report. Submission of a new or revised signature authorization form is dependent on when the use of an agency head signature is authorized or revised. And then it says voucher signature authorization form must be emailed with the agency number included in the subject line and the name of the authorized individual in the body of the email to, and the original signed document must be maintained by the agency. Each form must be scanned as a separate document. Multiple forms can be sent in one email. Agency name, and then you got an agency code number. And you got to learn how to get your agency code, right? All agencies have a 3-digit code number, right? Agency contact information, phone number, address, name of agency head or designee, right? The voucher authorized to sign, right? Commercial, payroll, CO2, or other for payroll purposes only. Effective date of authorization, approval, right? I certify that I am elected, appointed, blank, designated by Section 10 of the Act in relation to state finance as an officer responsible for certifying and approving vouchers for this agency. I hereby approve the signature designation authorized by this form. I certify that the original signed document exists in my possession, okay? And the agency named above has adequate procedures in place to ensure that the use of the electronic signature authorized above is in compliance with the Uniform Electronic Transactions Act. And then you got the signature, right? Now this is official. This how, hey, listen, this right here is something official. This ain't no some internet stuff, or somebody on they on that TikTok stuff on that stuff again. Nah, this is facts. Look at the name at the top now. Who is Mendoza? Huh? Huh? Who is Mendoza? Anybody know who she is? Ooh. Tell her I say, hey, how you doing? We ain't trying to do nothing major. I ain't trying to expose your hand too much. I'm just trying to show people let's shop. Let's shop. Okay. Now, this ain't even what I even got into. This ain't what I even came to talk to y'all about. This is kind of like how the spirit moved me today. You know what I'm saying? Kind of moved me this way. Just a little bit. But look, I mean, it's important for you to know these things. So that's why I bring it to the forefront for you as your brother. That's my job. My job is just to enlighten you on things you not know. And when I do that, I've actually done what I'm supposed to do, man. Right? Receive transfer requests, authorization to pick up salary warrants, expense transfer requests, contract signature authorization, contract signature revocation. All right? Now you see all that. CPO, right? CPO signature authorization. You know the CPO? The CPO? Huh? You ever heard of the CPO position? Right? You ever heard of the chief procurement officer? Right? This is the signature. Provide the specimen to the comptroller for the person authorized to sign the CPO approval line on the late extension waiver request. Right? And you might want to look up what this type of person is and what he does, right? But I just want to show you some things. See? Look, I certify that I am the Chief Procurement Officer. I hereby approve this signature delegation authorized above for purposes of signing late execution waiver requests. I certify that the original signed document exists in my possession. Right? And this same language, right? You know how they say I certify the original signed document? This is how you should be doing like your court documents and things like that, because you should be holding the originals, right? And certifying that you hold the document, because you can't enforce, if you did issue an affidavit to the court, if you issued the original affidavit, how you going to enforce the instrument if the court is in possession of the instrument? A lot of people do processes, they do assignments, and they give the original instrument away. So how you gonna bring the one bringing the complaint if you ain't got the original, if you're not the original holder of the right? So being able to to overstand things like that, being able to know, right? See, this is that. This is another official form, right? Official, right? And this is what you want to actually get into, like when you're dealing with individuals and things like that. But I'm gonna get up out of this, right? Because, like I said, this is like you gotta get familiar with the comptroller of your state, and not only that, you want to read what's called the Comptroller Act, right? Every state has what's called a Comptroller Act. Let me pull this up for you real quick, just to kind of show you. All right. See, now, executive officer. right? So the comptroller is an executive officer, okay? And you got to learn this, right? So you can know, because you might be going to different people to bring like complaints, different things, but I can assure you that the the comptroller, right? Look, the chief physical officer. The comptroller shall serve as the chief physical officer, control officer of the state of Illinois, shall maintain the state central fiscal accounts, shall order all payments in and out, into and out of the funds held by the state treasurer. And in addition to the powers and the duties otherwise provided by law, shall have the power and the duty provided in this act. Then it gives the oath and the bond before entering upon the duties of his or her office. The comptroller shall take and subscribe to the oath and the affirmation prescribed in article, right? What was I? So it's telling you that he should subscribe in the articles of the Constitution, the bond, the people of the state, 100,000. But I'm trying to go through it, right? They take his oath. We ain't got to read that. I just want to show you something, right? Comptroller shall keep, authenticate, write his papers, right? Documents and accounts required by law to be certified from his office. Copies of all records, writings, papers, and documents legally in his keeping, when certified by the comptroller and authenticated by his official seal, shall be received in evidence in the same manner as like with the effects of the original. All books of accounts with the comptroller and the other officers and persons with whom the comptroller is under duty to keep accounts, and certified copies thereof, and statements therefrom, authentications by comptroller under his official seal, shall be prima facie evidence that these accounts and statements and amounts thereon shall be due to the state are correct. See, I'm showing it to you, like, and that's what I mean. Like when I say you gotta make people show up, like prove what you're saying to be true and correct, and show your level of professionalism, because a lot of people talk but they don't really show you. It's a people want to see facts. You know what I'm saying? So this is specifying an establishment of an accounting standard and principles. The comptroller shall specify the establishment of financial accounting and reporting standards and principles to be used by all state governments. See, I'm not making it up. They all got to do it. And the state agencies, right? And the standards and the principles shall be effective upon filing by the comptroller with the auditor general, right? The comptroller shall maintain published standards and principles as public documents. So now you know about the auditor general, and now you can Google him, you can look him up, you can find out what his duties is and what he does and how to file complaints with his office. See, and you learn more, you grow, you expand, right? These standards and principles shall be known as general accepted accounting standards and principles for Illinois state government, right? And shall, when possible, be compatible with the similar nationally existing generally accepted accounting standards and principles for government. In establishing generally accepted accounting standards and principles for Illinois state government, the comptroller shall consult with the governor and other members of the executive branch, the chief justice of the Supreme Court, and the leadership of the General Assembly, and all provided to these officials draft copies of the proposed standards at least 90 days prior to their adoption, and shall consider any response or suggestion to these officials may present, right? Now, this is what they propose. This is what's proposed, right? So now, when you get here, look at this. It says the state accounting system, the state agencies defined. account notice of change. In accordance with generally accepted account principles applicable to the government, the comptroller shall develop and prescribe for the use of all state agencies a uniform accounting system, applying the encumbering method of accounting and so designed to ensure compliance with legal and constitutional requirements, including those respecting the receipt and the expenditure of and accountability for public funds, right? For the purposes of this act, state agencies or agencies mean all departments, see? Officers, authorities, public corporations, and quasi-public corporations, commissions, boards, institutions, state colleges and universities, and all other public agencies created by the state, or other than units of local government and school districts. The comptroller shall keep accounts with respects to each state agency, which shall accurately reflect receiving, expending, or contracting for the receipt or expenditures of money or other assets on behalf of the state, and shall keep accounts of all amounts which may be paid in or out the state treasury or held or paid out by the state treasury. Right? Hold up. Let me stop right there. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. All right, so let me go down some. All the simplified methods in accounting should be warrants. All right, so let me go down. See, it's telling you no payment may be made from the public funds held by the state treasurer in or outside of the state treasury, except by warrant drawn by the comptroller and presented by him to the treasurer to be countersigned, except for payments made pursuant to, and then they give you this section of the act, right? So all I got to do is go look this up. So you can know, now that's the thing you want to know. See, this right here says, kind of tell you, an amendment to charter shall be each employee and official of a municipality at the time shall remain in his position, but shall thereafter be subject to the provisions of this charter with the following stipulations. Council members to implement the provisions of section 2.01 of this charter, only the 3 candidates receiving the highest number of votes the council has elected shall take office, and the remaining 3 incumbent council members shall remain in office for their term, for the full term. The mayor shall remain in office for the full term, subject to his modified duties and powers set forth herein. So it's telling you about the department offices and agencies is abolished by this charter. The powers and the duties given to it by law shall be transferred to the department, office, or agency designated in this charter. Or if the charter makes no provisions as designated by council, pending matters, all rights, claims, actions, orders, contracts, and legal or administrative proceedings shall continue, except as modified by the provisions of this charter. In each case shall be maintained, carried on, or dealt with by the department, office, or agency appropriate under this charter. All existing ordinance, resolutions, and other acts of the municipality which are not inconsistent with this charter shall remain in effect until the amend or repealed by council. All public records and property in the custody of officers and employees of the municipality shall be transferred and delivered promptly to their successors when designated. All right, so it kind of explaining, I mean, y'all didn't even see it, but it was kind of explaining to you like how they have to deal with their books, their records, and pretty much if they holding records and books and nobody else is claiming to be like officials over those records or books, then they basically pretty much hold it. So they got a lot of stuff, y'all. They got like the traffic code. See, like a lot of people don't know, like the administration and enforcement, street and traffic control devices, vehicle operation and provision, parking, licensing, equipment, and loads, right? All these traffic, they got a lot of stuff. So, and a lot of people, you need to read like a lot of these different laws that they actually have. But all right, so let me get to this reason why I came. Mm, so don't forget to check out the comptroller. It's the Comptroller Act for your state, and you got the Prompt Payment Act for your state. The Comptroller Act kind of go over prompt payment, but if you want to actually read prompt payment, then it's best that you go to what's known as the Prompt Payment Act to get a better understanding of how payment is promptly made. All right, now let me see if I can find this. It ain't giving me what I wanted to pull up. I gotta. Yeah, it's giving me some stuff, but it ain't giving me what I want. Hmm. Mm, I'm trying to find the right stuff that's gonna say exactly what I wanted to say. I mean, I found some stuff, but it ain't really what I want. Yeah. Let me see something else real quick. Give me a second, y'all. All right. So I think I found something. Why is it shut this out? Okay. So this is, let me enlarge in that just a little bit. For me, I can, all right. Now, so this is the prohibition of transfer of a contract in certain allowable assignments, right? The party to whom a federal government gives a contract or order may not transfer the contract or order or any interest in the contract or order to any other party. A purported transfer in violation of this subsection annuls the contract or order so far as the federal government is concerned, except that all rights of action be for breach of contract are reserved to the federal government. Assignment, notwithstanding subsection A, in accordance with the requirements of this subsection, amounts due from the federal government under a contract may be assigned to a bank, trust company, federal lending agency, or other financing institution. Minimum amount. The subsection applies only to contracts under which the aggregate amount due from the federal government total at least $1,000, right? According with contract terms, assignments may not be made under this subsection if the contract forbid the assignment. Full balance due. unless otherwise expressly permitted by the contract and assignment under this subsection, must cover the balance of all amounts due from the federal government under the contract. Now, a single assignment, unless otherwise expressly permitted by the contract, an assignment under this subsection may be made to move to more than one party or be subject to further assignment, except that the assignment may be made to one party as an agent or trustee for two or more parties participating in the same finance. The written notice, the assignee of an assignment under the subsection shall file written notice of assignment and a true copy of the instrument of assignment with the contracting officer or the head of the office, department, or agency. So if I'm in a contract with an agency and an assignment is made, right, then whatever company, bank, institution receiving that assignment got to notify that head of that agency that they in possession of that contract. The surety on the bond, and any bond connected with the contract, and dispersing officer, if any, designated in the contract to make payment, right? And then it says, notwithstanding the law contrary governing and validity of assignments, and assignments under this subsection is valid. It's a valid assignment for all purposes. The assignee of an assignment under this subsection is not liable to make a refund to the federal government because the assigner's liability to the federal government, whether that liability arises from the contract or independent. So this whole time, I've been trying to tell you that all your bills, all your obligations that you're paying, you're actually paying the United States obligation. All right. A lot of people don't know that they in federal territory, right? A lot of people don't understand, like when we go over certain information, it's to help you understand so that you can see like what's going on. And that's why I'm trying to show you this. I'm gonna show you this and I'm gonna take you somewhere else to help you understand why this is happening. Okay. A contract of the Department of Justice, the General Service Administration, Department of Energy, other department or agency of the federal government designated by the president may, on the determination of the need by the president, provide or be amended without consideration to provide that payment made to an assignee under the contract are not subject to reduction of set off. Right? Each determination of need by the president under this subparagraph shall be published in the Federal Register, carrying out the contract provisions when no reduction or set-off provision as described in subpart A is included in the contract. Payments to an assignee are subject to reduction or set-off for the assigner's liability arising independently of the contract on account of renegotiation under the renegotiation statute or under the statutory renegotiation article in the contract, on account of fines, on account of penalties, and on account of taxes, Social Security contributions, or withholdings or non-withholdings of taxes and Social Security contributions, right? Whether arising from the independently of a contract, right? And it does not apply to amounts which may be collected or withheld from the assigner in accordance with or for failure to comply with the terms of the contract, right? See? So you got to, an individual has to comply with the terms of contract and understanding what it means when you're in a contract and what your requirements are in order for you to do what needs to be done under the terms of the contract. So, like when it was saying that the federal government, let me see. All right. And see, the reason why they're able to do this is because, all right, we're going to pull this up. Pull this up. And if you don't know your history, if you don't, all right, so the Buck Act is an act. It's an act that created what's called trading with the enemy of the state, right? Let me see. I'm about to look it up in Google because it ain't popping up. If you've been in the game for a while, you should already know like the Buck Act and all of that stuff. You should be familiar with that. Let me see if I can find it. Because you know that as time go on, they be trying to remove certain stuff. So, you know, I'm trying to make sure I can find it. See, the government is a charter, right? I wonder why it ain't allowing me to pull it up. That mother used to pop right up. I see they've been working on updating a lot of stuff. But that's all it is. It's basically where the government made all the areas federal areas through this act, and because of that, they were able to start taxing uh, these areas as federal areas, and then treating the people that's domiciled within those uh, areas, right, as taxable residents, right? But yeah, they've been updating the what's the name? Because I can't even. It's the story of the Buck Act. Okay, I found something. So we're gonna read this right here because it's called the story of the Buck Act. So if you want to try to look it up, that's what you want to look up. But let me show you, right? So in order for you to understand the full import of what's happening, right? Remember, like what we say, this is what's happening for you to understand, like what the bills and all this stuff is. I'll explain it in certain laws to you. When passing new statutes, the federal government always does everything according to principles of law. That's why I was showing you like the accounting principles, the comptroller. In order for the federal government to tax citizens of one of the several states, like the Missourians, the Illinoisans, the Texans, all right, Missouri state citizens, Texas state citizens, the people of the states, they had to create some sort of contractual nexus to contract us into an agreement with them. So they created citizenship, federal citizenship, right? Because your citizenship to the United States is federal. The United States is the federal district of Columbia. So you're dealing with the federal government when you're dealing with citizenship, right? Now, in the US, because you got the US citizenship and then you got your state citizenship, which means you are national if you're born here in this country, right? Now, this contractual nexus is called the Social Security number. The federal government instituted Social Security. The Social Security Board then created 10 Social Security districts. The combination of the districts resulted in a federal area, right? So these districts created federal areas wherever they were located, which covered all the several states like a clear plastic overlay. So when they created these things, they overlaid the state. The federal government instituted the Public Salary Act, Tax Act of 1939, and this act is the municipal law of the District of Columbia for taxing all federal and state government employees, right? And those who live and work in any federal area, right? Now, the government knows it cannot tax those citizens who live and work outside of the territorial jurisdiction of Section 1 and Section 8, Clause 17, or Article 4, Section 3, Clause 2 in the Constitution. So in 1940, Congress passed the Buck Act, right? And the section is 4 USC 105 through 113. In this section, 110E created a federal area for imposition of a public salary tax of 1939. This tax is imposed at 4 USC section 111. And the rest of the taxing laws is found in the Internal Revenue Code. The Social Security Board had already created a federal overlay, right? And the term state includes any territory possession of the United States. The term federal area means any land or premises held or acquired by or for the use of the United States, and any federal area or any part thereof which is located within the exterior boundaries of any state shall be deemed to be a federal area located within such state. There is no reasonable doubt that federal state is imposing an exercise tax under the provisions of 4 USC section 105, which states that in pertinent part, the state and set forth taxation affecting federal areas, sale or use tax. No person shall be relieved from liability for payment of, collection of, or accounting for any sale or use tax levied by any state or by any duly constructed taxing authority therein having jurisdiction to levy such tax on the grounds that the sale or the use with respects with which such tax is levied occur in whole or in part in the federal area. See? So you got to know where you at, right? And such state or taxing authority shall have full jurisdiction and power to levy and collect. That's why they can make you pay any such tax in any federal area within such state to the same extent, right, and with the same effect as though such area was not a federal area. So they can treat it like it's just them. They have the right to collect from you. Oh, we have the rights to receive payment. Your first payment is due, but that's only because you didn't do what you were supposed to do, right? Because the government is the one responsible for the payments, right? Irrespective of what the tax is called, if its purpose is to produce revenue, it is an income tax, see, or a receipt tax under the Buck Act, see. Thus, obviously, questions arise. What is the federal area? A federal area is any area designed by any agency, department, or establishment of the federal government. This includes the Social Security areas designed by the Social Security Administration, any public housing area that has a federal funding, a home that has a federal bank loan, or a road that has federal funding, and almost everything that the federal government touches through any type of aid. Springfield versus Kennedy 104 in E the second 65, right? This federal area attaches to anyone who has a Social Security number or any personal contact with the federal or state government. Though these mechanisms, the federal government observe the sovereignty of the people, as well as the sovereignty of the several states by creating a federal area within the boundaries of the state under the authority of, and then it gives you these sections, right? And the Congress shall have the power to dispose of and make all useful rules and regulations respecting the territories or other property belonging to the United States, and nothing in this Constitution shall be so construed as to prejudice any claims of the United States or of any particular state, right? Therefore, all citizens, i.e. the citizens of the District of Columbia residing in one of the states of the Union, are classified as property franchises of the federal government and as an individual entity. And that is true, because when they took your name at birth, they couldn't register the name, right? When they registered the name, they had to create an abstract in their record because the original name itself couldn't be recorded into the record in the way to be used because of the way that they're operating through the priesthood, personagehood. So they're using the guise of persons to hide the true identity of man behind his flesh. Because see, a man is not supposed to be bound to his flesh or woman. But if they could create an individual entity describing the object, which will be the body, right? Using certain things to be descriptive as to the body, the name also describes the body. The name doesn't describe the entity within the body because the entity is unknown, can't be seen or touched or none of that. You are a divine creature. You know what I'm saying? You have divine essence. And your person is the projection, the image, the making, the likeness of who you are. See, man was made in the image and the likeness of the created force itself. So you are the internal created force, the life, the creator, the almighty. And what you're doing is you're projecting yourself physically in a form through divinity, what's called a divine right. You have the power and the right to do it, right? I mean, I'm just trying to tell you. So, but that version of that form that you are projecting is finite. Meaning it's limited. It's almost like having an office and being able to, giving yourself a chance to manage an office and have an experience to do something and then have to return back to, So it's almost like when you understand the divinity, your mind, your consciousness, and things like that, you supersede your flesh and you realize that the individual entity, and people think, oh, it's just an account made, but it's more than just than an account. Your life, you're accounting for your life now. So understand that the flesh itself is an individual entity. This body is an entity that you are allowed to use, and you're the one projecting the body. You're the steward. You're the maker. You're the one that did all of it. You know what I'm saying? But the reason why you are unaware of your power and your ability of what you have is because when it was done in states where you can't you right now you can't tap into it. You can't understand how you did it. But you got to remember you are a divine spirit. So in you is the divine essence of the divine creator. So you have like that same divine ability. We are divine collective awareness. Your collective awareness is the more awareness that you collect and you become aware of certain things. In order for you to live on, you got to know certain things about life. You got to become aware of certain things about your spiritual self, in your higher self, in your divine self. And then that awareness, spiritual awareness, lives on because consciousness don't die. I mean, spiritually, the conscious dies with the flesh, you know, because that's part of the flesh. The conscious mind is always going to be tied to the deliberate actions and the things that you do. And we call that direct consciousness. And that's the lower self. Lower self is consciousness. It's the state of consciousness. Okay, so when you are conscious, like when you go out, you go to McDonald's, that's a state of consciousness. And that's lower self because lower self is feeding the flesh, is acting as the flesh, is not knowing your true self and not feeding yourself the true sustenance that self needs in order to sustain itself within the body. Because self lives within the body, and the body is the conduit in which you sustain your operation. If you don't take care of the car, then the car gonna break down. So the body is the car in which you travel. It's the body that you do all your business through. Everything transcends through the person. The person, it transcends on records. So your flesh is where you stay, it's where you're housed. And through your flesh and all your records, you have a secured interest in everything because you are, in fact, the administrator and the executor doing executive acts and deeds on behalf of the flesh. The flesh is the body or the person you control. And when you start understanding who you are and stop being other than yourself, because man wants you to be flesh. He wants you to not see your true self and act only as the flesh, and then you be living in sin. And you denying your other selves the rights to be expressed because you're only expressing on one level. And the flesh is very selfish. It has a alter ego to the point to where it gets so caught up on itself to the point to where it don't see nothing but itself. Always looking in the mirror, always putting stuff on it, looking at his butt, looking at the self is a mud, boy. You better watch yourself. I'm telling you, you better learn how to control it because self is something demonstrated. It'll have you eating all the wrong foods. It'll have you thinking wrong. You know what I'm saying? And then you'll have your higher self in there trying to talk to you, but self then got so strong to where higher self is getting dull. It's getting, you can barely hear your voice talking to you now. You see what I'm saying? You got to understand, man, like what's really going on, man. Like for real. And understanding like who you really wrestling with. All right. So you got this individual entity, right? That it tell you to see those codes. So these are federal areas within the boundary of all the several states. These areas similar to any territory that the federal government acquires through the purchase, quest, and the treaties, right? Thereby imposing federal territories, laws upon all people, right? In the state, federal areas. And then you got the yellow fringe, the U.S. flag, the symbol, office. So when you go in the courtroom, right, the government, the United States, we don't have, the United States Republic, the American flag doesn't have any fringes on it. It's just a plain flag, blue, red, stars, stripes, you know. The one that you see when you go to court, when you go into a library, when you go to a gym, and they got an American flag, and it got a gold fringe around it. Well, that's the business state. That means that you're in the business side of the state. The state has two jurisdictions. It has one in admiralty, and then one that's constitutional. So when you go into like the public venue, and even though you in America, you're in the United States within America, right? And when you're in the United States, you're in federal territory. All right, you're in a federal district. And whenever you're in federal district, they gotta notify you of the district and the laws that's governing the territory. So when you go in a lot of these different places, you'll see the flags. You go in the banks, you see the commerce flag in the bank. They got it sitting up with the gold fringe around it. Talking about depository insurance, the United States insurance. Man, y'all don't see, you gotta wake up, man. How you can't see it? How you still don't know what the gold fringe means? When you go into a district courtroom, that means you're in a federal district court, because they're enforcing state policy through federal funding contracts. They call it state policy, but it's really federal policy. What do? We go and we look up the federal law, then we go to what? The civil rules of procedure, and we go to the state law. And we make sure that what? The state law is what? In compliance with what? The federal law. Why? Because it's all what? Federal law. They try to trick you by saying, oh, this state law, this federal law, but y'all enforcing the exact same thing. So what you call it state law is really just federal law, branched off through one of the departments, calling itself an independent agency of the department, but still bound to the same rules and regulations. So I'm dealing with the state, but I'm still dealing with the federal government through what we call one of its departments. I'm dealing with the United States state government, because the United States has many state governments. So that's very important for you to understand. It's very important that you understand that the United States is the one responsible, right? So then we go to 15 USC, 31. I'll go to 31 USC 1501. All right. And that's why it's a deceptive act and it's a deceptive practice whenever somebody, when they try to make you a debtor, or they try to treat you as if you're the debtor rather than the payee in the instrument entitled to receive the due balances as part of your loan. And they try to make it seem like the instrument is saying you owe, but it's not saying you owe a damn thing. It's not, the instrument is not saying you owe. It might be saying you required to do something or you have a legal obligation, but it's not saying that you owe. If anything, the instrument is identifying you as the payee. If your name is written in the instrument and there are due balances and you're responsible as the holder, then that means you're responsible to receive or collect on what you're entitled to. Now, whether you do that or not, or how you deal with that document could change the terms. But let's understand what it is. So a documentary evidence requirements for the government's obligation. So in order for the government to fund something, in order for the government to pay for something, there got to be some kind of documentary evidence. The government requires that you give them evidence of their obligation. If you're saying we owe something that should be paid in gold and silver, and you saying that you got to pay it and you want us to know about it so we can handle that for you, then they saying give us evidence, right? Let's go down. It says an amount shall be recorded as an obligation of the United States government only when it's supported by documentary evidence of what? a binding agreement between an agency and another person. So if you got some kind of agreement where you're bound to pay, all right, that's they got to record that agreement not against you but against the government, right? Now you might be the holder of it, but by law they got to recognize that the government is actually responsible for it, right? Now then it says, hey, in writing, in any way and form, and for the purposes authorized by law. Look at that. Don't matter if it's in right, any way and form. Don't matter what it is. And y'all better be sharing and like and sharing, subscribe. You know what I'm saying? So other people can get this information. This is life-changing information. You've been trying to figure this out, right? Of course, there's other steps to it. But at the same time, you got a good take on what's going on, right? Executed before the end of the period available for obligations of the appropriation or fund used for specific goods to be delivered, real property be brought or leased, or work or services to be provided, right? So if you got any work, property to be leased, any work or services to be provided, well, you better know who's responsible. A loan agreement showing the amount and the terms of repayment. You got one of them? Huh? Have you been paying that? United States obligation? You know what they mean when they say, hey, this is a United States obligation. You understand what it means now, don't you? Right? An order required by law to be placed with an agency. Like a court order. You know what I'm saying? An order issued under an authorizing purchases without advertising when necessary because of public extinguishing or perishable substance supplies or with specific monetary limits. A grant or a subsidiary payable from an appropriation made for payment of or contributions to amounts required to be paid in specific amounts fixed by law under the formula prescribed by law, under an agreement authorized by law, or under a plan. You know how T-Mobile said they got plans? Under a plan approved consistent with and authorized by law, and a liability that may result from pending litigation. What? You mean that? What? I ain't know that. You gotta tell me I can get my court case. Wow, stop playing, man. United States cool in the mud. Employment or services, right? So you basically, they're saying you can assign your services to for employment over to the United States. Services provided public utilities? What? Dang. So utilities too gotta be recorded as a United States debt? So you be telling me you've been billing me though? Man, y'all dirty as a mud, man. Y'all been billing me like a mud. Dang, I ain't even know. So the whole time, you mean to tell me them bills got to be recorded against the United States and you've been making me pay them? You've been sending them to the wrong person. Golly. Now I know what they mean by dispute or why you shouldn't accept the bill. Because you're accepting something that the government should be responsible for. Now it makes sense, man. Other legal liability of the government against the available appropriation or funds. What you mean available appropriate? So that's why when you send me the bill, it says an amount due or available balance. I get it now. Oh, it's an insured amount that the government has to fund. Oh, I get it. Golly, man. There they woo. It says a statement of an obligation provided to Congress or a committee or a Congress by an agency shall include only those amounts that are blah, blah, blah. So that, man, golly, and listen, dude, I can't make it up, man. I promise you, man, I could try. It says the balance of an appropriation or fund limited for obligations to be defined period is available only for payment of expenses properly incurred during the period of availability, or to complete contract properly made within that period of availability, an obligation consistent with section 1501 of this title. However, the appropriation or fund is not available for expenditure for a period beyond the period otherwise authorized by law. A provision of law, right, requiring that the balance of the appropriation of the fund be returned to the general fund of the Treasury at the end of a definite period does not affect the status of lawsuits or right of action involving the right to an amount payable from the balance. Man, listen, now I'm not going to explain that. If you don't understand what it's saying, man, sorry. Because you need to read this in its entirety. I don't care if you got to read it 100 times and look up every word to get an understanding of what it's trying to tell you. But I'm just going to advise you to do that, okay? To get an understanding, all right? All right, now we get back, see? Now when we go forward, it says general reports or amounts for which no accounting is made, right? The Comptroller General shall a special report each year, Congress recommendations for changes in law, right? For which no accounting is made to the Comptroller General, right? And there are in accounts of the United States government or the custody of an officer or an employee of the government if the government is financially concerned. So it's saying that if these are federal accounts and they are federally funded, meaning that all the accounts got to fund and go through the Fed in order to be cleared, balanced, settled, then that's every account, even your primary account, your taxpayer. That's the reason why your identity is so sacred, because your identity carries your account and your benefits to all things that are for your benefit, right? So the key thing is to keep you unaware of the account's existence and keeping it in your name to keep you oblivious to what's actually going on, and then use your name as a means to make you identify as the object in which you are actually using, but using different means to manipulate you, because they understand that you don't understand certain things. You don't understand certain terminologies. You don't understand the adjectives, adverbs, linking verbs. So they use these type of things against you in order to put you in a status so where you're always being the person responsible for you. Right? But understanding that all these accounts are held with the comptroller of the currency. And when it was talking about right here, when we go back, it's saying that the funds have to be returned to the general fund of the Treasury. Now, what is the general fund like of the Treasury? Do you even know what that is? Let me pull this up for you so you can know what this is. Because a lot of people don't even know that the Treasury got a general trust fund. The Treasury General Fund, often represented by the Treasury General Account. So the Treasury got a general account. Okay, general is generally just like a general deposit in the usual course of business, right? Acts as the U.S. government's primary checking account. So who checking account? Who's checking account? Okay. Listen, man, if you ain't sharing this live out, if you ain't doing your job, you ain't doing what you're supposed to do. If you're just looking at the screen, then something wrong with you. You're in the daze. Show some love. Share the screen out. You know what I'm saying? Show the love, because brother is getting down, man. Brother getting down today. Now, the Treasury General Fund, often represented by the Treasury General Account. Wow. acts as the U.S. government's primary checking account managed by the Bureau of Physical Services to finance what? To finance what? What huh? Did it say it's daily operations, taxes, collections, and debt payments? It holds what? Trillions in cash, inflows, outflows, incapacity, tax revenue, debt, insurance, and federal agency spending? Wow. Did you know you could deposit into the government's general trust fund or checking account any currency to exchange it dollar for dollar? Dang, that's crazy. Man. So you got to learn more about this, you know, this thing that we're reading about, right? So let's right? Come on, boy. We'll pull you in a little bit. Just a little bit. All right. So you got the general fund records appropriation authority based on congressionally issued legislation which provides that authority to agencies borrow. The general fund records loan receivables from the Department of Treasury for borrowing issued by the federal investment and borrowing branches, right, to federal agencies. Cash. The U.S. government collects cash from the public for various purposes. These collections vary by agencies and are collected through a various of channels. The U.S. government also disperses cash to public for various purposes. The general fund records a receivable due from the Treasury for cash, right, collected and dispersed. Debt. The general fund records a liability due to the Treasury for a debt issued to the public and federal agencies, right? Treasury securities issued and redeemed are accounted for and reflected in the balances of the general fund. The general fund classifies all debts issued by the Treasury as intergovernmental on the schedule of general funds. Man, come on, man. I can't make it up, dude. Dude, that right there, if that don't explain it to you right there, I don't know what will. Look at what that says. The general fund classifies all debts issued by the Treasury as intergovernmental on the schedule of the general fund. See? So you got to know, you got to understand what's actually happening. And in understanding that is where you can, you can get remedy. You know what I'm saying? So, it's one thing, to talk that thing. People talk all the time. Ain't you tired of hearing people talk? Ain't you wanting people to show you something that adds up, that just pretty much self-explanatory, and that's just one aspect, because I can show you many different things outside of that, aspect of you understanding what the obligation is. And matter of fact, I'm gonna show you one more thing. So, because this right here is going to help you understand actually what's happening and why it seems like you're in debt. You see what I'm saying? Because you're in non-acceptance. You're not accepting the rights. You see, and I'm trying to just show it to you from different angles so you can have the right perception on what you should be accepting and why. You see what I'm saying? And who's responsible for what you're accepting. You see what I'm saying? So we can understand all what's going on, because you got to understand that a lot of these contracting companies are working on behalf of the real contract, the government, right? So let me pull up one more thing quick. And y'all can make sure y'all like, man, and share it out, man, with many people, because you know, and I know a lot of people. Just in case we got some, people, because people come on these things for all type of reasons, you know, and they don't have the pretty much uh, the right intentions. A lot of people looking to trying to find a way to fund their operations because they don't really know how to actually do business correct. So they trying to find a way to keep getting the paper that they getting off the people. You know what I'm saying? And that's why certain people prices be $500-$600 just for an event when it could be, if it ain't $30, $45, 50, like, dude, what is you charging so much money for? Because you trying to keep up with the Joneses. You're trying to make sure you keep your rims clean and your car kept up and your dress code right, because you didn't start living this expensive lifestyle like you're balling. But if you was really getting what you said through the government, then you wouldn't have to do so much. You wouldn't have to charge so much. Understand you being compensated, but God dang, man. I mean, when you first start, you learning and stuff, but once you figure things out, it shouldn't be so, at least to me, at least the way I see it, because right now what I'm doing is I'm trying to liberate people. I'm trying to show people things that uh will help them, you know what I'm saying, to understand and be able to do more. Let me make sure I got it. Share my screen. Let me see it. Let me hold up. Before I do that, let me look in the comments real quick. See if I can chat. Yeah, let me see. Let me see how y'all doing, man. It's good to to see the people, man, that y'all tapping in. And I know you gotta really be like watching, because this right here don't give you a notification that I'm live. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty much where you have to see. Oh man, Isaiah live. Let me tap in with him. All right, you touchdown, brother. He say touchdown. Yeah, bro, you got a touchdown. And I don't know what's wrong, why they don't be wanting to get a like. They just be on this mud just looking. You got 24 people on here, man. Like, it should, like, all y'all should be participating and giving love, because I'm giving love to you. And if you're not giving love in exchange, something wrong with you, man. You got a disease in your heart. You are ungrateful. You know what I'm saying? You're not grateful. And that's why you probably ain't gonna never be able to do nothing, because you don't really have all the steps together anyway. You know what I'm saying? So, but a lot of y'all is ungrateful, man. If you can't give people what they deserve, something wrong with you. It's a disease. If you jealous, you mad, or what, and then a lot of people be like, oh, what he already talking about? He ain't talking about nothing. But the whole time you on here trying to get Jews. You on here like, oh, I ain't know that. Let me write that down. That was he did. Well, he might say some good stuff. You know what I'm saying? But the whole time that's all fake, because you already know why you on live. You know what I'm saying? And then the people that's gonna see the video after the fact. You see what I'm saying? But I got, man, this stuff here. But let me show you something. And I'm only gonna give you a little bit for you to, because you gotta do some reading. Yeah, you still gotta have some kind of understanding. So I show you all kind of stuff. You just fuck like a mug. You don't know what to do. You like, okay, I get it, but what I supposed to do? Real. All right, so let me go ahead and shut this screen, right? I'm gonna put you on game. Yeah. And so you'll know, all right, how you going through what you're going through. So you got what's called eminent domain, right? Now, remember when I was telling you about the Buck Act, how they overlaid everything with federal areas, making everything federal in a sense, right? Things to that nature, right? So now we got what's called eminent domain. Now, eminent domain is dealing with compensation, right? Now it says private property shall not be taken or damaged for public use without just compensation. And in all cases, in which compensation is not made by the condemning authority. See? What are they? They are condemning authority, right? Compensation shall be ascertained by a jury as provided in this act. When compensation is so made by the condemning authority, any party upon application may have a trial by a jury to ascertain the just compensation to be paid. A demand on the part of the condemning authority for a trial or by jury shall be filed with the complaint for condemnation of the condemning authority. And it says, and when the condemning authority is plaintiff, a defendant desirous of a trial by jury must file a demand for a trial by jury on or before the return date of the summons served on him or her, or on or the date fixed in the publication in case of a defendant served by publication. If no other party in the condemning action demands a trial by jury as provided for in this section, then the trial shall be before the court without a jury, right? And the right to just compensation as provided in this act applies to the owner or owners of any lawfully affected, erected off premises outdoor advertising sign that is compelled to alter or remove under this act or any other statute or under any ordinance or regulation of any municipality or other unit of local government, and also applies to the owner and owners of the property on which that sign is erected. The right to just compensation as provided in this act applies to the property subject to the conservation rights under the Real Property Conservation Right Act, right? The amount of compensation for taking of property shall not be dismissed or reduced by virtue of the existence of a conservation right. And the holder of conservation right shall be entitled to just compensation for the value of the conservation. Now it says, when the right to take private property for public use without the owner's consent, to construct or to maintain any public road, railroad, plank road, turnpike road, canal, or other public road, or improve, or to damage property not actually taken, has been or is conferred by general law or special charter upon any corporate or municipal authority, public body, officer or agent, person, commission, or other public body, officer or agent, person, commission, or corporation, and when the compensation to be paid for or with respects to the property sought to be appropriated or damaged for the purposes mentioned cannot be agreed upon by the parties interested, the owner of the property is incapable of consenting. The owner's name or residence is unknown, and the owner is a non-resident of the state. The owner may agree on the compensation to be paid, but is unable to convey clear title or provide all required documents to convey title or comply with any state or federal legal requirements to complete an acquisition by agreement, right? Or the owner may agree on the compensation to be paid, but the acquiring agency does not receive needed documents to enable processing of or the insurance or warrant for the payment of the compensation to the property owner, right? Then the property authorized to take or damage the property so required, or to construct, operate, or maintain any public road, railroad, plank road, turnpike road, canal, or other public road or improvement may apply to the circuit court of the county where the property or any part of the property is situated by filing with the clerk a complaint. The complaint shall set forth by reference the complainant's authority in the premises, the purposes for which the property is sought to be taken or damaged, in the description of the property, and the names of all persons interested in the property as owners or otherwise as appearing of record, if known or if not known, stating that fact, and shall pray the court to cause the compensation to be paid to the owner to be assessed. And if it appears that the person not in being upon coming into being is or may become or may claim to be entitled to any interest in the property sought to be appropriated or damaged, the court shall appoint some competent and disinterested person as guardian and ad litem to appear for the representative, to appear and represent that interest in the proceeding, and to defend the proceeding on behalf of the person not in the proceeding. So that means that in order for an attorney to come in and represent, that means that the living man, me, Isaiah, the one that's expressing myself through this flesh, is not present. Only thing they got present is a body. So it's just the defendant there, Isaiah, the body, and now I got to get a representative to speak out as the living soul within it. See what I'm saying? Because it's a mute body. It can't speak, can't talk, can't express thyself. It need representation. See what I'm saying? So it's like it's not a living thing, evidently. It could be anything, right? Any judgment entered into the proceeding shall be as effectual for all purposes as thought, as though the person was in being. See? It's not making no mistake. In being. In being. What the hell does that mean? Man, what does that mean? It's talking about you being in your goddamn body. In being. It was a party to the proceeding. You were. But you didn't want to, you don't want to listen to Brother Isaiah. I keep trying to tell you, you are the one controlling the body. I keep trying to tell you that the person is the flesh that's mimicked on the paper. I keep trying to tell you that you are the steward, the consciousness. Within that, you are the living expression and the direct authority, the God that's being, that the man is mimicking itself out of. Man is created in your image and after your likeness. That's what the flesh is. It's in the image and the likeness of the authority. Who controls it? We like to call that authority God. He has the authority to dictate, to direct, to call, to say be, and it is. He can tell the body to do something and then it'll be that. But you've been taught wrong. You've been miseducated purposely. So you wouldn't understand when Jesus say, we are all gods, children of the Most High God. Oh, blasphemy. That man says he's God. If the proceeding seeks to affect the property of the person under the guardian shall be made party defendant, and any interested party whose names are unknown. See? So when your legal name is being charged in a proceeding, then the true party has to make an appearance, right? Meaning you can't allow yourself to be identified as the legal person. And if you're not that, then you gotta make some kind of appearance to be known, right? Any interested party. So if you are a party of interest, then that means that an interest, that some kind of claim gotta be made in order to be recognized, right? Unknown, because if you're not known as the party who has a direct interest to be claimed, then you're an unknown owner who's been identified as the property in which he owns, may be made a party defendant. See? So if you don't show up and make it known who you are in reference to the legal record that they're charging, then they make you a defendant by the same description and in the same manner as provided in other civil cases. I can't make it up, man. I mean, I cannot make it up, man. Make sure y'all like, y'all share, and make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. You want to learn more, you want to be more involved with what we do here at Building Better Minds, go to our website. That's buildingbetterminds.info. We got tons of great information, different things, man. We got step-by-step processes you can take if you want to be more familiar with the steps on how they go, documents, forms, different types of, all types of webinars on different topics, where I've gone into depository insurance, talked about, different things about treasury, direct, so much other stuff. We go into IRS forms, so much stuff, man. It's so, it's no limit. It is no limit. You know what I'm saying? But you gotta be woke. You can't be asleep. You gotta be woke. And to be, and if you're going to church, and please don't take this offensively, and if you're going to the mosque, or if you're going to any function, right, where it deals with a divinity, if they're not teaching you who you truly are, if they're only teaching you to look outside yourself to find God, and they're not teaching you that divine essence within you is of the source itself, and they're not telling you how to tap into that, because that piece of you is already connected directly to the source you're praying to, that you're trying to get involved with. It's already connected to you. That's why you're able to express yourself. That's why you have a divine expression of reality. That's why you're able to do, that's why you're in the flesh. You're from somewhere else. You're not even of this world, but you're divinely blessed to have an expression through this item or through this object known as a body. All right? And we are never supposed to be identifying as the flesh. It makes sense that you shouldn't think you're the flesh, because that's the test. It's for you to remember, for you to know who you are. And understand what your gift and your property is, to be able to control it and manage it and protect it. And not to be miscrewed, because when you identify lower than where you're supposed to be, then you can be sold, transferred. You see what I'm saying? All of that. Because you're allowing yourself to reduce yourself to something lower than who you truly are. All right? So that means that records, books got to be corrected. Things got to be done in order to substantiate life and existence and management and title and right and possession and control. When property to be taken or damaged is in a common element of property subject to the declaration of a condominium ownership pursuant to the Condominium Property Act, or for the common interest community, the complaint shall name the unit owner associated in lieu of naming the individual unit owner and lien holder on individual unit. Unit owner, mortgages, and other lien holders may intervene as party defendants. For the purposes of this section, common interest community has the same meaning set forth in subsection C, right? Now it says a unit owner, association, or association shall refer to both the definition contained in section 2 of the Condominium Property Act and section C of section 9102 of the Codes of Civil Procedure, when property is sought to be taken or damaged by the state for the purposes of enabling operation or maintaining any state house or state charitable or other institution or improvement, the complaint shall be signed by the governor or the governor's designee or otherwise provided by law. No property except property described in Section 3 of the Sport Stadium Act, property to be acquired in furtherance of action under Article 11. See, all these municipalities, man, is holding property belonging to you, right? That's being withheld through an accounting procedure. And if you don't know what's going on, then you just basically lose out on funds and things that are for your benefit, right? And it's being used to the benefit of the state, which leaves you in a bankrupt proceeding, right? But I'm gonna stop right here. I just wanted to show you, like, you need to go in here, you need to take your time, and you need to actually read and get an understanding, especially what it means to be an owner of property, because a lot of people say own nothing and control everything. But from everything that I've read, the owner is the one who actually has power and the authority to control the direct and the disposition of how funds flow. What I see is you have uninformed people who don't understand contracts because they don't even understand their own legal status as a contractor or what it means to act within a legal proceeding. So when you are a man and you've been blessed by the Creator to have a divine experience of life, and God has blessed you with a vessel in order to have this experience, and that vessel is your transmitting utility that allows you to transmit value, energy through this object, right? But at the time when you were given the gift, which was your body, as a gifted estate for you to use and acquire goods and services while having this earthly experience, you were an infant. You were at infant stages of development and processing. You had just done so much work in developing the whole body as a ship or some type of what we call it Homo sapien figure, or some type of form that you needed. We needed a form to be in, and the form had to be made correctly so that we can actually have this experience. Only certain forms are allowed to be within this atmosphere. It's like a jurisdictional thing. If you don't have jurisdiction, you can't be here, right? And everything lines up. The body, it takes in oxygen. Everything is compliant and in compliance with the rules of the universe. So by being in compliance with the rules of the universe, it's able to have this experience because it meets the requirements. So, and by us being a divine creature from, well, I ain't gonna say creature, a divine being, I say the flesh is the creature, and that we are the divine being from somewhere else from a divine place, but because of the divinity and the divine contract with the Creator, we are able to host this body and then have an experience of what we call life. But at the time when the property is given to you, you were an infant in your understanding. So you had to grow. And as you were growing, also your vessel is growing along with you, right? So as you and the vessel grow and mature, right, we were supposed to be taught who we truly are, and we're supposed to be taught that we use it. It's just like being in a assimilation or being in a program where when you come to consciousness, and then I start explaining to you, okay, this is who you are. Okay, this is your avatar. This right here, you're in control of this. With all of this, this is your property. Now, what's going to happen is this property is going to be mimicked on a document, and it's going to be placed on paper. But the paper version is the fictitious version, and you're the one, the actual real user. But see what I'm saying? So it's like we were never taught how everything was actually supposed to work. So now, when you have a right to control property, you don't know how to control it. Matter of fact, you don't even know that it's property, right? And by law, they have to distinguish the property from the man. Basically, the law is not made to induce you to fraud. It's supposed to enlighten you so you would know and have disclosures. So they put the name in all capital letters, right? That's one piece of being able to get your recognition of the fact that this is some type of legal entity, or this is some type of account, because the name is in all caps, which distinguishes it from a man. Why? Because no man name is written in all capital letters. All right, that's not a proper noun. That's not properly the way that you would identify a man. You know what I'm saying? So, and common, because we deal with common stuff. So that's not common to a man. Man doesn't commonly write his name in such a way. So when you see that type of style of name, that means that that man's name has been registered through some type of system, and that that system created some type of artificial characteristic of that man, because the man himself can't be recorded. Can't record a child, can't record biological flesh. So what you can do is you can record information pertaining to that flesh and create an artificial abstract of that record. So that's what they're doing. They recorded a name, and then they have an abstract of the name, because the real name itself is not what they recorded. They recorded an abstract of the name. That's why your name is in all caps. That's why it's a whole different name, because it's not the original name itself. It's not. It's the abstract. It's a totally different created version of you being presented in a legal system to be recognized as a person, right? But you got to remember, being born alive, right, gives you the rights to existence. To exist is to be recognized as living, not to just be existing. You got a lot of things that exist, but animals exist, right? And a lot of people are being recognized as animals, right? And the gift of life is to be recognized as a living man or woman, not as a person, right? The person was a trick used to cover up your true existence. Your body is the person. You are the living soul or spirit within the body that controls the person. The person is not you. The person is an abstract of who you are. So when they identify, say, ain't you this person, and they pointing at your body and stuff, that's no, you own your person. I own my person. This person is under my authority, and I'm the executor over Isaiah Jakim of the house of David, because I recognize that my flesh is Isaiah Jakim. That's my given name, and my flesh is of the house of my father. You see what I'm saying? Of my father's house, right? So when I'm identifying the flesh is the estate. Why? Because the flesh is how I acquire all the goods and services. It's my vast piece of land. This is the first piece of land that I ever was gifted. And all things I acquire will be acquired through this vast estate. And when right now I'm in trust. Why? Because the spirit is still within the flesh, within the estate, acting as grantor and settler of the body's obligation. Everything my flesh incurs and become liable for, the spirit within me, the one on the screen, or the one that you see in the avatar on the screen, is the one granting and settling the one on the screen's obligations, which is the estate. And the estate is in a trusted position because the life within it is still active. But once I pass, then everything that the estate acquired in trust now goes into what we call an estate trust account. Because all the property that I'm acquiring right now while I'm alive is for the estate, for the person, for the legal person. I legally am authorized to be in this person. It's a divine right that I have to use and to acquire benefits through the usage of this person that I'm using, right? So the legal person becomes the estate. It's finite. It's not real, okay? It may appear to be real, all right, because you see it on the screen, but it's actually a fictitious entity. It's a mask. It's a uniform, all right? And in order to keep you bound to the person is to keep you unidentified. It's to keep you from being recognized and to only identify you as the person itself so that the spirit or the host within remains bound as an unidentified person for the benefits of his usage of his property. So now, instead of you becoming the authority over your body in all of your books and records and papers, you become bound as the body and responsible under all the books and records. Right? If your body is your property and your body is conducive of your character, which is also your legal person, and all books, records, and all information pertaining to your person is on paper. And you, the spirit, the consciousness within, you are the secured person, having the right of stewardship, ownership, and title. But if you can't transcend your flesh, then you can't be blessed with the gifts and the blessings of life. Because man is eternal. Man is a part of the Creator. The flesh is part of the earth, and that which it shall go back to. So this flesh is not your real form, and nor is it your permanent form. It's temporarily. It's just like an executive office. It's a temporary office, and it only shall be here for a certain amount of time. Now, you are, in fact, the executor, occupying the office of the estate trust, because it's a trust, because the divine spirit and the flesh have intertwined and created a trust, and you're looking at it on the screen. It's a divine trust, okay? And I'm the one occupying the office of the executor of this estate trust. But because it's a sesticated trust, meaning that the flesh can do, act, and do all the same things that the man's spirit or the consciousness within can do, when the conscious spirit is acting and doing any acts through its agent, which is the flesh, it's easy for you to misidentify yourself, not understanding who the real actor is. Okay? Understanding that. And when anybody does business with you, it's a violation of law for people to do business with you as a legal person without identifying who is the user behind the legal identity. No company can only identify you as an account holder. They have to identify what the true name of who the true person is behind this account holder's identity. An identity is not the true person. So if the bank got your identity on file, then they can't say that that's you. They can say that it's a description of who you are. It supersedes who you are, but you can't say that I'm on file, I'm the account holder. No, you can say that you have information pertaining to the account holder on file. See what I'm saying? Whether or not the account holder really truly identifies his true self to claim any benefits he's entitled to, or continue to be recognized in his trust, because you got to remember, you also have trust, and it's assessed to KV trust. So that means that any property held in trust, it continues to stay in trust until it's claimed by the beneficiary. So remember that your Sesta KV trust, and it's more than one. It's more than one. I think they made like 3 different trusts. The Social Security, the birth certificate, then it's another trust that they create. It's like 3 of them, and they all in operation of that one account to help it function and do whatever it needs to do. But I'm gonna say this though, when it comes to the estate trust, the reason why you got to look at it as an estate trust is because it's an estate for the simple fact it's acquiring accounts under the same name and identity. So if I can get a phone account and my identity is considered as the account holder of that phone and account, and then I get another account, and then the same person is supposed to be holding that account. So you can't be in 2 different places at the same time. It's impossible for you to be holding an account over here with the gas company, the water company, the dealership. All the same person is on account with all of these different institutions. Do you think that that's even possible? For you to be on account with all these different institutions, or are you using some type of account or some type of estate which is acquiring accounts within it? So your identity is also part of your residence. When you give your identity, you also give what? Your residence. You give your name, your address, your date of birth, and along with that, they usually ask for the social. All right, but your residence is what holds all your property. Everything you hold is held against your residence. Your bank accounts, everything, right? So your real estate is the residence. That's where everything is at. So when you understand that, the estate, the aspects of, holding estate property, a lot of companies secure their contracts against your residence, meaning that most companies that you do business with, they already have you already have a secured interest. It's because the contract was purchased with your residence. Let me explain to you. Anything purchased with your residence automatically gives you a security interest. Why? Because your residence is securing the loan. Okay. your residence is securing whatever because they're basically doing business with you against your residence, right? And anything that a man holds at his residence, he holds the highest interest in ownership in property that's under his name and title. See what I'm saying? So when you get electricity, it's over the phone, right? But when you purchase the electricity, what do you provide? Do you provide your residence, your name, your date of birth, and an identifying number because you're in trust? You're in trust. So in order for them to properly identify who you are, the trust account that you're using, right, and everything, they need information, right? So they ask you for your name, they ask you for your date of birth, they ask you for the social. Most I don't give so, but they need verification. Why? Because you're in trust. So the account and you are both verified through the same information. So in order for me to prove my identity, I'm using the same information that the taxpayer is using. The taxpayer is the record itself, and I'm identified by my signed signature and photo. As the occupant or the user, I'm not the actual name in all caps. That's the name on all the contracts, the agreements, the leases, the driver's license, the ID. I'm the signer. I'm the signed person who's secondary, signing under that identity. The identity has to be used by somebody. So the identity is identifying what? My flesh. My flesh. So the identity identifies what? The object. The object. Right? And the object, right, is the thing, right, that they dealing with. So when you understand, when you got to really get into the fact that your flesh, right, is the entity that you own. This is your gift. This was the blessing that the Creator gave you. This is the first piece of property that you own. This is the first piece of property that you possess. And this is the only piece of property that you should gain interest from, meaning anything that's extended from this body, any papers, any books, any records, anything you sign, anything you issue from this flesh, you shall receive the interest and it shall return to you. See what I'm saying? So you're granting your person the rights to enter into a loan. What do you mean? I'm granting, meaning you're not the flesh. The flesh is the thing you're using. And in order for it to enter a loan, you got to make it sign. You got to make it sign. You got to go and sign, make it go over there, and then make it sign so you are the one giving the person value. Without you being the steward in the consciousness of the act, the one in the background controlling the person. See, you looking at it as a person on paper, like a legal entity on paper. But what I'm trying to tell you is the legal entity is the flesh, and you are in the background controlling it. You are the one making the flesh move. You are the one making the flesh talk, walk, sit up, eat, stand, walk, give sperm out. All of that. You the one doing that. But somebody else wants you to be the flesh.
They want you to identify as the person. Then they want you to go into the churches and the mosques and the stuff that they put into play, because they in a big ring together. So they say, this is what we gonna do. We don't want them to know the truth, because then they'll be like us. They'll become like gods. You know? Then they'll be able to do all things that they desire like we do. So we got to trick them. How we going to do that? We're going to give them a God. We're going to make up many different versions of this same God. And we're going to teach it from different aspects. But the whole concept of the God doctrine is to what? To keep them in a state of hope, belief, and faith. Why? Because as long as they hope, believe, and have faith, they lack knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. So go to church every day if you have to. Praise the Lord, sing, and ask, can you come out and bless me? Oh Lord, I love you so. Can you come down and bless me? Lord, I'm waiting for the time to come to see with you and your son. I ain't giving up until I know that day we come. Oh Lord, save me from the devil. Oh Lord, I'm calling on your name. I need your help all day, all night. Oh Lord, I'm going inside. Look what we do. Tell me I'm lying. That's what we do. And as long as we hoping and praying and dancing and clapping and saying the Lord gonna save us, then we lack knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. You're going in, somebody telling you about God, but you God is with you. How you gonna tell me about God when he's with me? Hold up, man. Hold up. He's with you. Nah, you ain't feeling it. Hold up. We finna look up the legal definition of God. We finna get down to business, man. The hell? Let's look up the legal definition of God, man. Because a lot of people, man, they got it twisted, man. They don't, oh, I should put God. I mean God. Golly. Can y'all see? Let me make sure y'all can see that. I'm just saying, man. Man, we gotta stop it, man. It comes to a point in the time to where, man, you just gotta, I call it for what it is. Like, real. Right? It's done, man. Real. All right, so it says that, all right, so there's no single, universal, codified legal definition of God, right? So there's no codified or legal definition of God in Western singular law. As, right, legal systems generally avoid defining theological concepts, right? However, legal dictionaries define God as the supreme being. Supreme being, right? Now we're going to look that up, supreme being, or the creator and the ruler of the universe, right? While acts of God to natural and available disasters. So God is the creator, the supreme being. How many beings do you know that are in existence right now? So God will be the supreme being amongst all beings. It didn't say he wasn't a being. It said he was the supreme being. The creator, the ruler. What is a ruler? Huh? What is a creator? See what I'm saying? Now, the supreme being. Let's look this up. All right, so the ultimate, omnipotent, and eternal creator, or spirit worshiped as the primary deity in many faiths, particularly monotheistic traditions like Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. The entity is generally regarded as the source of all existence, morality, and ultimate reality, right? But it's telling you the entity is the entity within you. All right. But most people, most religions, they teach and give a name and say it's God, it's this, it's that. But you're talking about the entity. It's an ultimate source that's within us all that gives us, it's omni-knowing and it's omni-powerful, omnipotent, omni-powerful, all-powerful, all-present, all-knowing, meaning that this life force within you knows all things. How you know? Because look at your flesh. Look at all the systems that you have. Look at your lungs, your liver, your circulatory system, your lymphatic system, right? Look at your skin, one of the biggest organs in your body. You are this organism or this life force within you is in control of all of that right now. It's controlling all these systems of your body, everything right now. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of people seek to find this supreme being outside of themselves, but it's actually within you. It's a source or a power that's all knowing within you. Why? Because it's proven to you already. It knows everything. How the hell did my fingernails get like this? How did I get these marks on my hand, what we call fingerprints? How did I get eyeballs? How did I get a tonsil? How am I able to speak and sound come out? It's showing you what it is. You just don't want to acknowledge it. You want to look outside yourself and act like it ain't something inside of you that's proving its magnificence to you. You're afraid to see who you are. You're afraid to see what you are. You've been so afraid to accept your mission. And it's except for you to come back to remembering who you are. And like I said, the devil say he'll get them all except for the chosen ones. All of the guys gonna go down as mortal beings because they forgot who they was. What do you mean die as a mortal? Did you know that if you die believing you are a natural person, you die as a natural person? Did you know that? Did you know that you immortal, that your spirit is immortal, and that whatever you believe shall become to pass? And if you keep believing that you're gonna die and all this other stuff and go to all these different things take place based off what you believe. So if you believe in that you are a physical person and you got to have a physical death in order to go to some place called heaven and you're going to actually physically have a death, then you're going to die on all stages of death. You're not supposed to be thinking of death. You're not dying. You don't die. Your vessel transcends. It can only stay and deal with the energy and the life force for so long. The life force is eternal, but the flesh is finite. It can only hold up for so long. But don't you believe that you flesh, and don't you believe that you die as flesh? That's the trick. That's how they getting you to die. Come on, man. You immortal. Can't make it up. I can't make it up, man. You know what I'm saying? So a legal personality, right? In some specific legal systems, such as in India, a deity or a temple idol may be treated as a juristic person or a legal entity capable of owning property. So when you're dealing with, right, when you're dealing with your legal personality and things like that, you have to understand what's going on as far as your legal personality. But the key thing is for real to understand that you own the flesh and you own all the records and books pertaining to your flesh. And because you were an infant at the time when you occupied your office. Remember, when we take office of the flesh as the executor over the legal person, property, and all of his books and records that we are in management of while we're here, we were infants. We were not able to hold office at that time or to legally give notice of our of our possession. And then in order for you to run the office anyway, you got to be a certain age. You have to be of a certain age of majority, meaning that the spirit within or the consciousness within has to be sound. It has to be of a sound mind. Okay? Mind is the true self, not the flesh, not the body. So when you go into court and they saying, Isaiah, babe, they're calling out the body. The body is the thing that's named, not the man. The man, you don't have a name. You are who you are, right? But the name, it identifies the flesh, right? And if anything, you're identifying not as the flesh, because the flesh is the legal person that they identify. So John Henry Doe, the legal person is the flesh. So when they say John Henry Doe, they talking about the flesh. But John Henry of the Doe family, right, is the man within that flesh, right, of the family of that person who has the rights to be recognized. See what I'm saying? So all persons are property, all persons are forms, and a form is a form of property. So your flesh is a form, and it's also property that you are in control of. Now look at this. Pull this up real quick. Okay. In legal content, form refers to the technical structure or procedural manner in which a legal document, proceedings, or acts are organized and executed. Distinct from their substance content, it represents the established formalities, rules, or required structure that the document or the action must follow, rather than the substance or the core meaning, right? While substance deals with the legal right and obligations, form refers to the legal or technical manner or order to be observed. So when you deal with the form, like when you go to court, they're dealing with the form to be observed. So they're observing that a person is responsible for something, but the true substance is that the person is really a man, right? It's really a man, right? But when they observe the what's the name, right? They observe it as a concept. The concept, they basically make a concept that they observe that this is a person and this is pertaining to a person. So when you go to court and stuff like that, they're making an observance that, or construing that this is pertaining to a person and that a person has committed a crime, rather than looking at it as if you are a man, they're using person. So the legal definition of form. So when you go to concept, right? Now look, the legal definition of concept. And this is stuff you got to remember because this is what they're using. All right, so the legal concept is a fundamental, abstract building block of law, such as rights, duties, or ownership, all right, used to structure legal reasoning and doctrine. It acts as a mental representation of a legal phenomenon rather than just a word, right? Serving to classify situations, e.g. contracts, liabilities, to determine legal consequences, right? So the concept determines the rights and the duties. So if the concept of the contract is the legal person is some type of legal entity bound to a man or a woman, then the concept of the contract would be that the entity owes credit for the benefit of the man, and that the lender has to look at it as a credit to the man, that the account is offering some kind of credit. But if the concept is the man is acting as a person, then it's the concept that the man is agreeing to make payment or becoming liable or doing. See, so it's all about your perception of things. So you got to go back to, like, remember, they're not dealing with man. They can only deal with the object or the thing or the concept in which man acts on, because man is acting through a concept, through an idea, or through some type of, because that's what life is. That's what it is. You know what I'm saying? And you got to learn how to protect what's yours, your property, your rights, and ownership. That's why everything deals with rights, duties, and ownership. Rights, duties, and ownership, which create liability. All right? Now I'm going to stop with this one right here, man. I'm going to get up out of here. I hope y'all really appreciate the time. Let me see. Story of the Buck Pack. I posted the link to. Oh, okay. Who cares about what they think? Dropping a few. Right, yes, sir. Yeah. Well, service is hidden. Okay. Visual learner, we are. Okay. Your system operation programs with your system operations wide. Yep. Yeah. So, like I said, man, I really I thank you guys for like tuning in and different things like that. But I'm gonna show y'all one last thing. It's my last thing. I'm gonna show y'all something real quick. And I'm showing you how all this stuff ties back to the United States Treasury, right? And how the Treasury got to pay the debts and the bills. And because they got to record it as a debt against the government, because the government, there is no money. So if we get approved for a loan, we're getting approved for some funding from the government. It got that offer or that agreement is saying that the government is supposed to fund. Because you ain't got no gold and silver, how you going to pay a debt? It's an impossibility. You are at a disability. You're at a disability for a court case. Anything, you don't have no ability, you see what I'm saying? So that's why everything is a claim for a set off or some type of, claim against the government. So let me see what I was going to look up. Dang, I was going to show y'all something. I forgot what I was going to show y'all. Let me think again. Let's see, what was I going to show y'all? It was something pertaining to the government obligations. Dang. Oh, okay, I know what it was. Okay. All right, let me show y'all this last little thing. For the brother get up out of here. All right, so this right here deals with endorsement of checks, endorsement and payment of checks drawn on the United States Treasury, right? All right, so when we go to the scope of the regulation, it says this regulation in this part
prescribes the requirements for endorsements and conditions for payments of checks drawn on the United States Treasury. These regulations also establish procedures for collection of amounts due the United States Treasury based on claims arising from breach of presentment guarantees by presenting banks and other endorsers of Treasury checks when checks burn, material defects, alterations, or forged disbursement officers' draws, signatures are presented for payment or paid. Standards containing in this regulation supersede existing federal common law, and to the extent they are inconsistent with federal common law rules regulating to counterfeit checks. Under the provisions of this regulation, the risk of loss on certain counterfeit checks is placed on the presenting bank and other endorsers unless the Treasury fails to timely reclaim on the check payment in accordance with, right? And then it says, right, I'll get to this part, the financial institutions endorsement or presentment of a U.S. check, Treasury check, shall constitute its agreement to this part. The financial institution hereby authorize its receiving Federal Reserve Bank to debit the financial institution's Federal Reserve master account for any reclamation and any incurred interest penalty, administrative costs, right? Now, let's go to these definitions real quick. So an administrative offset, right? Administrative offset for the purposes of this part. It has the same meaning as defined in 31 U.S.C. 3701A and 31 U.S. CFR Part 285, right? Now, let me see. All this right here is dealing with checks, right? Now, I'm going to show you something. Now, when we go here to, in fact, let's go here. When we go to 31 CFR 285, right, it says dispersing official offset. You click on that, right? Collection past due amount, right? Right? It says collection of past due support. The reason why it's called past due support is because the government is supporting you. The amounts have to be recorded as government obligations. So every amount that is due that you don't charge the government to pay becomes past due support that you didn't receive for an administrative offset. Every monthly bill is a offer of an administrative offset. Look, check this out. For the purposes of this section, an administrative offset means withholding funds payable by the United States, right? So who owes the money? The United States owes the money, right? But an administrative offset is mean when they hold it back. So you mean to tell me you just bill me and say the amount is due? Is that a part of withholding? You're telling me that it's there and it's available, but you're telling me it's due. That means that it's not being provided. You're just notifying me of a due balance, but it's a withheld balance that ain't been paid yet. Okay? And it's payable by the government, right? On behalf of a state government to or held by the United States for a person. See? So the amounts due on your contract are held by who? Who they held by? The United States. Why? For a person to satisfy what? A debt. Well, what's a debt? A debt means an amount of money, funds, or property that has been determined by the appropriate official. That means the contracting official that you're in a contract with that's holding that federal government contract on federal grounds that you don't know about because you don't know the Buck Act of the federal government to be owed to the United States or an agency thereof by a person. Now, I wonder who this person that owes this amount is and who he owes it to. In debt administered by a third party as an agent for the federal government. Come on, man, give me my flowers, man. You're gonna quit playing. I don't care if y'all give it to me or not, brother Isaiah. I'm the truth when it comes to this. You remember when it comes to this right here? I put the work in to show you, right? So a debt is what? What is a debt? I just showed you what a debt was. Now, what it says, a debt used in this section is synonymous with what? Pass due support. So the government is indebted to you and you won't collect the support that's due to you.
And they put it on your credit report as collections, and you still won't collect it. You just don't want to do what you're supposed to do. That's cool, though. That's cool, though. You know what I mean? That's cool, though. That's cool. Just remember, this is up to you, right? Dispersing official includes an official who has the authority to disperse public money. Now, remember earlier where I was showing you about the Treasury General Fund acts as a Treasury, has a general checking account? You remember when I'm telling you about that general checking account of the you ain't working with, you ain't feeling it though, right? So don't you forget about what I'm telling you, because if you do, you're gonna lose it, right? So it says dispersing officials include an official who has the authority to disperse public money other than the or other federal law, right? 2, right? It says the Fiscal Service Department means the Bureau of Fiscal Service Department of the Treasury. Fiscal Services is designee of the Treasury for all matters concerning this section unless otherwise, right? So that means that you can look this department up and they are Fiscal Service Department, and you can actually endorse stuff to them that the Treasury is responsible for. He's an agent of the Treasury, right? The Human Health Service Department. Oh, wow, that should make sense. Ain't that where the birth certificate come from? The Human Health Service Department, official office of the Child Support Enforcement. Past due support means an amount of support determined under a court order. So wait a minute, is it telling me that child support is government support to a father for his child? Oh my God, you gotta be playing with me, man. You can't be serious. So a past due support means the amount of support determined under a court order. I wonder if it's a child support order. Okay. Or an order of an administrative procedure established under state law for support and maintenance of a, oh my God, it's real. I can't believe it. I found the answer. Oh, wow. It's really a support for you. You're not really on child support. You're actually been selected for child support. Wow, you just don't understand that contract. Or of a child or a parent with whom the child is living, which has not been what? Oh, there go that man again. Oh, it ain't been paid. God dang. Woo, boy, you got to change the way you're thinking. You can change your life. Whoa. The term child, as used in this definition, is not limited to a minor child. Past due support being enforced by who? So, wait a minute. If it's past due support that the government owed me, then why is the state enforced? Did I show y'all Eminent Domain Act? I did, didn't I? Oh, I did. I showed you the Eminent Domain Act. So you will know what's going on. Remember, I've been telling you from the beginning, man, y'all don't know what's going on. Now you do. So past due support being enforced by the state means there has been an assignment of support rights to the state, or the state making the request for offset is providing services to an individual. Wait a minute. Huh? Did we just figure? Hold up. I think we just figured this stuff out, man. Y'all rocking in the right place today. Y'all better shut a live out and get this live out to other people that they can get this information, man. You don't see what the brother giving you on the screen? Past due support being enforced by the state means that there has been an assignment of support rights to the state, right? Or the state making the request for offset is providing services to an individual. Then it gives you the section of the Social Security Act, or the state is enforcing support pursuant to a cooperative agreement worked with or by an Indian tribal government, right? And then it gives you the state. We know the state is the District of Columbia, you know, because you're not in the D drawer. When you're dealing with commerce, you're in the district state, you're in federal states, so everything is federal. It's just like when Dorothy woke up in the Wizard of Oz, you know where she was at? She was in federal district. The government switched up on it, and they created a federal business district and overcovered the real district, and then put up flags with gold fringes to convert one jurisdiction over the other, so you wouldn't know the switch in the tax. See what I'm saying? Hey man, they cold jokers, man. Look, check it out. Let me see. Agreements, notifications, minimum limitations. All right. And they got past payments subject to offsets, federal payments subject to offsets. So any student loan can be offset because it's a federal government obligation, meaning the government was supposed to fund it. Any federal contract, any federal loan, anything that, and basically pretty much everything is federal because they took over everything. You know what I'm saying? Which made everything, you know, y'all need to go check this out though. Go read this for yourself so you can see for yourself, right? Anybody knows what a non-tax debt is? Let me see if I can find the highlight for. See, this right here, this is the reason why you can get your student loan paid off. This is the reason why any federal loan, any federal contract that you receive from a federal institution, they were providing you a security against the government to fund that amount to you. All right. So a covered benefit payment, that's why you can dispute it on your credit report. Now you know the truth. So now you can come back and fight. It says covered benefit payment means federal benefit payments payable to an individual under the Social Security Act, right? So all these different things, listen, a debt or a claim. Why? Because it's either a debt if you're incompetent. If you know that the government is responsible for the debt, then it's a claim, right? Means an amount of money or funds or property which has been determined by an agency. Why? Because every time you get approved for something, the agency is determining the obligation of the government, right? And they're providing it to you as the assignee, right? Official to be due to the United States from a person. So it's due to the United States, but it's from you. It's due to you to make them pay. Organization or entity, except another federal agency. Debt or claim does not include debt or claim arising under the Internal Revenue Code or a tariff law of the United States. A debtor means a person who owes a debt. The term person includes any individual, organization, or entity except for a federal agency, right? And then they get to talking about the money, right? Let's see, public money. Now, except as provided in this section or other law, only officers and employees of the Department of Treasury designated by the Secretary of Treasury as disbursing officials may disperse public money available for expenditures by executive agencies. So if you're trying to get your bills paid, you're trying to get your stuff paid against the government, here you go. For economy and efficiency, the Secretary may delegate the authority to dispersing public money to officers and employees of the executive agencies. The head of each of the following executive agencies designated personnel of the agencies as dispersing officials to disperse public money available for expenditures by the agency. Number one, you got the United States Marshal's Office, so you can tender there. The Department of Defense, you can tender there. The Department of Homeland Security, with respects to public money available for expenditures by the Coast Guard when it is not operating as a service in the Navy on request of the Secretary, and with approval of the head of an executive agency referred to in subsection C, right, may be used to assist in dispersing public money available for expenditures by only executive agencies. So, you know, like banks, different, anybody that's receiving government funding, if they got FDIC funding, National Credit Union Association funding, or anybody holding a bond with the government for insurance or anything like that, like the IRS, the Internal Revenue Service, different departments that even the clerks of court, different agencies are able to accept the United States obligations. You know what I'm saying? Rather accept it or not. And they'll try to tell you, oh, we can't accept this. It's payable to the United. You're lie. Your job is to transfer the obligation to the Treasury. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to show y'all that, man, because this is some very important stuff that people need to learn. You're in the right place at the right time. If you're here today, I can assure you that you're going to get some great information that's life-changing, and you ain't have to pay me a dime for it. I ain't asking you to give me anything outside of your time. Shares, like, give me a subscribe, and continue supporting the mission, because if you're truly looking for freedom, if you're truly looking for a way out of this system, then you want to make sure that you find yourself attaching yourself to the right people that have the right knowledge and the right information that's going to guide you in the right way, so you can actually deal with the things that are actually plaguing your life and your family life. We need to get past our indifferences, and we need to be able to teach this information to our children so that they can learn how to acquire wealth and acquire goods and services while they are alive, and leave behind things for those coming after us to inquire or incur the interest in the fruits of all our labors and everything that we've done, so that we can start, coming in, because it's a hell of a thing to come into the world with nothing, starting from nothing. Got to start from nothing. You know what I'm saying? And I know I got a line of a family tree why I ain't got no blessings passed down to me, and we all supposed to be having blessings passed down to us. The membership, it's on the website. I don't even know if I even offer a membership no more. I think I changed it, man. I was doing memberships for a while, but I got tired of doing the memberships. A lot of people, it seemed like to me, it's like the more information you give to people, the less work they do. They would come into the memberships, they would come to the classes. It's like everybody just want information. Nobody's actually doing the processes. They want actually being active and doing things like they should. So I just basically shut it down. I'm like, I don't want to be in a class with somebody for an hour and a half, 2 hours, and I'm teaching and breaking things down. And then the next class, we come and we talking about the exact same topic, and nobody can give me one answer to a simple question. You know what I'm saying? And it's almost like, well, what am I having these classes for? If y'all ain't retaining none of the information, nobody's taking notes, nobody's doing nothing. And then they it's like, it's sad. It's sad, because you got some people that, like, most of the remedies don't come from people that become members. Most of the remedies come from people that were members, and then after they stopped becoming a member, then they took it serious. It's like it was backwards. Like, oh, now you want to call me and come and tell me what you've done. And man, when I was in the thing, I just wasn't ready yet. But I've been watching your videos, and hey, I'm about to get another membership, but I had to get this consultation with you to make sure. It be stuff like that. Like, people do things totally backwards. Some people take advantage of the memberships. I have had a lot of people that have came in and did what they supposed to do, but a majority of the people, it's just like they just ordering information. It's like they just want more. What you got? Yeah. Oh, what we going in today? Oh man, that was fire class. Oh man, I can't wait till next week to the next class. But ain't nobody doing no process. That's what I don't. That's the problem that I have with a lot of people. It's like a lot of people, they're afraid to take action. They're afraid to, the IRS, okay, I'm gonna do it though. I just gotta, like, I ain't never seen so many people so afraid of corporations in my life. Now I can see why in the Matrix, the people, they were scared of them corporations when they was trying to eat that Zion. They were running, man, the corporations ain't nothing to play with, because once they get you under their contracts, they got you. Trying to enslave people through contracts. So yeah, understanding that, man. But Yeah, I don't think I even offer a membership like that. I think I do like mentorship. So if you want like a mentorship where, I can mentor you one on one, I can deal with you directly like that, it'll probably be better for you. Rather than a classroom, things like that. I think people probably be more active uh, to taking action and doing what they're supposed to do on a mentorship versus being in a class kind of structure. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people, like, I just do webinars and things like that if I want to like reach out to a vast majority of people and give the knowledge out to a bigger platform of people and things like that. I know I might start memberships again, but at this moment right now, I don't think I'm doing any memberships. It's only mentorships and other little services and stuff that we offer. Um, if you want to learn more stuff, you have to actually find based off what I have available on the website, one of those plans for yourself in order to uh, to get the information and the resources that we have, because we do have a lot of resourceful information that is very needed to help people understand the information, understand different processes pertaining to the information, and legally how to set yourself up properly in reference to how you should do certain things. But the sky's the limit. Ain't no certain way or certain level you can take it to. You can go as far as starting your own nation, starting your own charter, doing your own everything if that's what you choose to do. Uh, Writing your own laws, creating your own money, just like you know. It's just like I look at it. Money is whatever we use as a medium for exchange of value. It's just like when I was in prison, stamps was money. Your book of stamps. If I want to, I get 10 books from you and you wire me $150 and then I give you the books of stamps. And in the jail, the stamps can buy noodles, they can buy chips, cigarettes, weed, because the stamps just get reused again over and over again. Now I got 50 books. I sold 30 to him, to his mama. Now he using the books and selling the stamps for stuff. And then this man didn't accumulated 30 books. Now I didn't purchase them 30 books from it. So it's just recycling. We using books. You need stamps to send out boxes and things that we doing in arts and crafts and different things we sending home for our children. So we created a money system for ourselves. Whatever we choose as a medium of barter is what becomes value. And it's the exact same thing that the government has done with Federal Reserve notes, with mortgages, leases, and so forth. It's a medium of exchange. It's a barter and exchange system. And once you learn it, you can be blessed. You can have big buildings and big offices just like they do. You can do the exact, but you got to learn how to make payment. You got to learn how to take care of your business, how to get your credit right, how to get everything in place so that when you use your name, or if you're called to give a personal guarantee for a company, you got that credibility, you got that standing. And it's certain things that has to be done. That's why you got to make sure you're following the right people, you're learning with the right people, or you're reaching out and getting the information from the correct people that are giving out accurate, correct information. Because I can tell you right now, everybody's not doing it. Everybody, you got some people that's coming on to videos just to learn information, to take it back to a platform so they can make other people pay them to learn what this person was just giving on the live for free. So I'm gonna take this. I know they don't know about it, so I'm gonna use this, and then I done seen so much stuff. I done seen people do all kind of stuff. So y'all just gotta be thankful for like the brothers and sisters that do come out and give out accurate information, that's willing to help you guys and show you guys information, especially when you know where to go get it at. And I believe in showing you where it's at, so you can go back and read it. You can sit down with your mama, your brother, y'all, go get your cousin. He a lawyer. Tell him come over there and sit down with you. Tell him we got something we finna feast today. You know what I'm saying? We need you to sit down. We need your brains today. We got some things, and we dealing with legal topics and legal definitions. We got a couple of Black Law dictionaries, some Oxford dictionaries, and we really trying to get an understanding of some things, and we would like your expertise. Then you sit down, y'all need to start having, ain't nothing more important than this, because once you figure this out, man, you know you can have what you want. Everything you want. All right, man. Happy Sunday to you too. They say on how or if we can claim and settle mature securities, how can buy that class? I don't get what you're saying now. Is there a class on dealing with mature securities? Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. Oh, do I have a class or a webinar pertaining to how to? Yes, I do. I think I do got something on. I got webinars on a lot of stuff, y'all. So if you trying to, I got webinars on how to purchase a vehicle, how to make the bank provide financing to the dealer as agreed. You know what I'm saying, so that the dealer can sell all rights in the note to the bank, so that everything is settled. I got so much stuff, man. Because once you learn certain stuff, and when you really come to a level of understanding, like to where you know what's going on, it's a blessing. It's a blessing for me to know that I'm not renting a lease. I'm actually leasing rents through a lease. That the lease allows me to have rents, and it's a lease for rents, meaning that the lease gives me the rights to pay rents through some kind of conveyance or order or some type of assignment in which rents can be provided. Once you know that, man, it changes. Do you understand that it changes the dynamics of things? Because I no longer hold a lease to pay rents to live in an apartment. I hold a lease to receive rents to pay off the lease, so that the apartment is completely paid off. So the lease is the check. The lease is where the rents come from. But without the lease, there is no rents. Without the lease, you don't even know that a rent is even due. So if you understand that the lease is a check and who owes the rents and how to cash it in to the general deposit, then hey, listen, man. Listen, I can only tell you that it's a blessing. It's a blessing to know what you need to know. Yeah, man. Like I said, and people, man, when it comes to this, I ain't about competition, because I can't compete with myself. I don't think nobody can outdo me, because I'm too busy trying to outdo myself. I'm still trying to do better than what I got. Listen, when I say I got certain information, it's so enlightening and so I can't even give it out, because it'll be like, man, you just gave everything to them for free, for nothing. They ain't have to, So that's why I got information that'll just blow your mind away, but I would not put it out public. I'm doing enough just by doing what I just did today and going over and showing you things that I showed you in the codes. But if I gave you some of this other information I got, oh man, it'll knock your socks off if this haven't already knocked your socks off. You see what I'm saying? And for a man to have that type of information and level of understanding, only the creator can give a man that type of understanding. Like, dude, I didn't go to school for none of this. I never been in no college, university. I ain't been in no temples with no masons or none of that. Everything that I've learned is inspired by the Spirit within me. I call on the Spirit. I found out where God was at, and I've been working with him ever since I found out who I was and what I'm capable of. You see what I'm saying? And ever since I found that source, I've been connected to it. And I've been using it to do divine deeds, as far as helping me seek out information, seek out understanding. I've been getting it all through my source. I haven't been praying in no sky. I ain't been doing none of that. I've been meditating on that spirit within myself, that source, that power within me. It wakes me up with information in my head. It guides me to certain stuff. It allows me to think and Google certain stuff that I wouldn't even think of if I wouldn't. Matter of fact, all I got to do is keep doing what I'm doing today. Keep reading, keep studying. Every now and then, it'll hit me with a Jew. It'll pop something in my brain. It'll make me think of something. I wonder if it's this. I wonder if it's coming from what I'm putting into it, and it's regurgitating. It's taking in the information I'm putting in, and it's giving me something from it. It's spitting something back out to me. And that what it spits back out to my conscious mind is what I act on. So when I wake up with a subconscious thought, boom, I'm acting on it. And it's usually go. I ain't gonna even lie to you. It's usually gold. It's usually gold. I'm telling you. For real, for real. So your subconscious mind and your conscious mind is like a relationship between a man and a woman. Your success depends on your ability to have a perfect union between the two. So, because 25% of the brain is conscious, but that's lower self. And it's masculine in nature, meaning it has masculine strength. So your conscious mind can take over your divine and your moral consciousness because it's masculine, it's strong. That's why the flesh has to be resisted because it has strength. Understand that. And then the subconscious mind is 75% of your brain, and it's feminine in its nature. It's where it's like a garden where you plant seeds and you're harvesting, and your subconscious mind is the harvesting plant. So you got to keep it purified. You got to keep pesticides and stuff and all these different things off of your crop. That's why you don't want to be putting in no sexy red and all the wrong stuff into your garden. You got to make sure you protect that garden. And then the garden produces the fruits. The fruits is the thoughts and the ideas that spring from what the conscious pours within. See, you got to put in the right stuff, and then it will grow the right fruits and the things that you need, and it will bring it forth into the reality for you to use it. But if you don't know how to make them work simultaneously with each other, and you don't know how to pull in the right food, then that's why you don't know the things that I'm doing on the screen. That's the reason why you ain't figured out stuff. That's the reason why you come on here and you be blown away like, damn, the way he break that. That's because I'm in tune, man. What? I'm in tune. You can't razzle-dazzle me with the things and the wonders of this damn world. I ain't no fool. I know where my real value and the source is coming from. I know what you hiding from me. You want me to get caught up on the things, cars and stuff when I can have so much more. Why you got big buildings and big car lots full of cars. It's a shame, man. It's a shame. Because it's two worlds. You got people living in two worlds. When you ride down the street, you see all them big businesses and stuff down the street. Them people live in a totally different world than you do. And they're a secret society. That's why only so many people got big businesses and stuff. Because it's a secret society. It's things that are kept on a hush-hush. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. They walk around and greet and meet each other, go to private meetings and talk about investment of the community and different things and keep you out of everything. Now you become chattel. You become cattle. They sit back and have board meetings about what they're going to do for the cattle. We're going to create a new park for them. We're going to do this. Now you become marketable product because you're not able to use what God gave you, so you're not recognized in the circle of the gods. A contract is a meeting of the minds. The minds are the gods. Gods carry the mind. So it's a meeting of the gods. They call a meeting of the creditors. Come on, man. Man, we on high frequency over here. Like, for real. You come over here, you better be ready. You better be ready. You better have yourself buckled up because I might make you jump up out your damn seat and start running when you hear some of the stuff that come out my mouth. You ain't no way no man know that kind. Where did he get that knowledge from? How did he even know that? Man, how did he? Damn, you can't even deny it. It just makes so much sense. You just be like, it's just like, damn. Man, I leave people confounded all the time. I talk to them and break stuff. They just be looking at me. They be looking at me like I'm some kind of creature or something. They be looking at me like, speechless. They like, bro, why is you even over? Like, for you to know what you know, like, to even know what you just said, I'll be leaving people speechless. They don't even know what to say. They've never heard some of the things that I be telling them. Like, even when it comes to breaking down the flesh and you being the consciousness within your flesh, and that you are doing executive acts, but you're doing them through the flesh. The flesh is being controlled by you. The person is the flesh. The flesh is the person, and it's identified on papers and documents. The trickery is to make the man his flesh by saying, because the self want to be identified. See, that's how they trick you, because they know you want to be identified. See, self is always looking for recognition. Do you? You ain't feeling me. When I say they studied your anatomy, they studied you well. How you think they're able to call you in court and say, John, here we go, and you even though you know this truth, you still don't know how to deal with the name. You still wrestling with the damn name. That's how you like, damn, they just keep hitting me with that. You can't, or you, John Doe, or you, and people, you see the videos on TikTok, on YouTube. They don't know how to really, some people do well. But the thing is the name. So the name is the mark of the beast. The name is the mark of the beast, because the beast is the flesh, and the name assigned to the beast is the mark that marks the beast. And if you accept the name and the mark, then you become the person. Oh man, how you can't see it? You can't buy, sell, or trade through your flesh without using the name. The mark. Why? Because the name got a mark to it. The flesh got a mark to it. And without using the mark that identifies the person, you can't use the property. Yeah, they try to, yeah. They got us under a spell. Hold on, let's look at the legal definition of spell. Wait a minute. Because a lot of y'all don't believe y'all under a spell. Like, look, check it out. Man, I'm going to show you today, boy. I'm having fun today. This is as long as I done been on. But I'm having fun. Yeah. Because the range of knowledge is just impeccable. The range of knowledge is impeccable. You hear me? In legal context, spelling refers to orthography or formation of words by letters, where incorrect spelling generally does not invalidate a written document. So if the name is in all caps, it don't make it invalid if it does not properly identify the thing in which it's representing. So the name is supposed to be representing the natural person, not the legal version or the registered abstract person made from a record that was created at the same time the child was born. So every child is also within a Homo sapien. The Homo sapien is the person, and the child within the Homo sapien is one of the family members or person in relation to the Homo sapien. And that's you. You. If the intent is clear, spell can also, no, it's spells. All right, these people are all playing spells on you, and they're using the birth certificate record to induce you to fraud. The birth certificate record is a form. It's a form. A form is an object pertaining to a particular concept. Concept could be your flesh. It could be you being a person, a man, or whatever. So they created a form pertaining to a concept in order to induce a person to become the form or the under the concept that they're using, right? So they created a legal person or a legal characteristic of a person on paper and created an abstract record of a legal person. And then they use that record as a man's identity or purpose of citizenship. And then when the man sees the record and the name and all caps and things, it becomes the man's identity. If the man is not aware of what it really is, then the man, by acceptance, creates joinder. And then joinder is just him acknowledging or saying that that's him. Or if they call it out, he steps forward in pursuit of performance of that person's obligation, which creates joinder. So you automatically become one with the entity or the thing you're connected to, because the flesh is not you, but the flesh is what you are connected to. And if you don't know how to represent it right, then you become bound as the same flesh that you represent, right? Because man is spirit. Man is higher consciousness. Man is of a higher degree of consciousness, not flesh. Flesh is just consciousness. You are divine and moral consciousness. The flesh is just consciousness. It's just consciousness. That's why it acts on what it's doing, because it's just consciousness. Okay, understand that. Now it says, legally, the term is viewed as a realistic recital of words meant to produce a magical effect. So, like your legal name, and more commonly in law, is used to refer spells of illness in insurance, right? Metaphorically used in law, judges may refer to magic spells to describe how convoluted legalese, magic spells, hypnosis is used to give legal documents a performative, realistic, or world-altering power. So they're turning fictions into real persons by getting you to come in and act out the play. And they're using spell rituals. They're using magic. Why? Because they're hoping that the form of your identity has put you under a spell good enough to where you become the name or you become the person. You know how they say the word became flesh? Well, the word was the name which was assigned to you at birth by your parents, but the real name remains with you, and the artificial name is the abstract recordation of that name recorded as an abstract, which created an artificial person, which also is like an overlay, just like the Buck Act, that's overlaying your real identity. And behind your identity is where you are. But if you can't express yourself, you remain hidden. Right? Understanding the spell rituals that they are doing. Okay? And listen, man, I can't make it up. And if you know anybody that can drop it and break it down like this, go get them for me, because I want to meet them. I like to shake their hand, because this is real power right here. This is things that a lot of people never figure out. They never figure this out. Unless you produce a certified copy of the record and right, given for patent rights to be distinguished between the legal and the natural subjugation, most definitely for patent rights. And you should not allow the birth record to be the last record recorded publicly pertaining to your identity. Because if so, then you're bound by that last record pertaining to your person's identity. So you got to update that information. You got to make and offset that record in order to show the correct record, in order to give life back to that which was taken. If you've been lost at sea, that means you've been lost at sea ever since they created the legal identity, which is the name at sea. And if that's the only name you've been recognized, then you've been lost at sea. You've been hidden under your person the whole time. That's why the Constitution says you're protected in your person and all of your papers, because you're in your person at all times. You're in your person and you have the rights to be protected in your person. That's why when they touch you, they say, do you consent to us touching your person? Because you're protected. Your body is your protection. If you didn't want me to know what the hell you was thinking, all you gotta do is shut up and your person protects you. Now I don't know nothing. Now I can't think of what you. I'm mad as hell because you ain't saying nothing. So listen, man. Come on now. You gotta correct the records. You gotta correct your record. God didn't make you a person. God made you a living being. He gave you the rights, the dominion, and the authority to control that flesh. Without you being in the flesh wouldn't have no value. So the value of the flesh comes from the authority within it, the power, the life, the executive authority in it that's controlling it. So if you don't control your office, if you allow somebody else to take position in your office because of court, these are executive agencies, and anytime they're dealing with an executive account that there's no executive officer in office, then they can make executive decisions and put you as a surety because you don't understand charters. You don't understand charters. Understand that, okay? And every man and woman must grow to the level of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Stop having so much faith, hope, and belief. Get out of that shit, man. Stop all that faith, hope, and belief. You shouldn't live your whole life having faith, hope, and belief in God. God damn, one day you should know that he's existing, that he's real, and you should be able to communicate with God, and you should be able to have a sound discernment and a relationship with a true existing and living God. Why are you still having faith and believing in God if he's true and existing? When are you going to know and have a personal relationship with him? Or her, for that matter. However you see that creative force, you got to come up out of just always hoping and believing all the time. Can't hope and believe that things gonna change. You gotta make things change. You can't hope and believe that you're gonna get a good job. You gotta go out and go find one. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. That's why the book say, God said, you take one step and I take two. Why? Because God is the power, the force within you. So in order for you to take action, that means you got to control the flesh. The flesh is what's blocking you from your blessings. The flesh is the reason why you don't know who you are. The flesh is the reason why you keep thinking you the body, because the flesh want to be identified. It want to be recognized, but it's not the true self. So regardless of how much it try to make you believe that's who you are, you got to know who the hell you are. Your flesh is evil. Man is made of higher self, lower self, and divine self. You are three-dimensional. And your flesh is the lower self. It's the conscious self. It's the lowest state of being. That's why everybody want to make you flesh. That's why they want to identify you as a person. Flesh. Believe that, man. Believe that. Believe that all day, every day. That's what it's all about. Because every man and woman should know that their identity could never be who they are. My identity supersedes me. So if you have my identification information on file pertaining to a charge, to identify me as the charging information would be incorrect, because I would have to be the one in use of that information. So for you not to recognize me as being able to come in as an authorized representation of the legal person or the legal account information pertaining to Isaiah Joaquin Bey, right, would be in error. And the reason why I would say Joaquin Bey estate, because any legal matters are always tied to my estate, because my estate holds my accounts. So if it's a court account, it's tied to my estate. If it's a checking account, it's tied to my estate. Why? Because all those accounts, when I die, will become property of the estate. So that means that right now they're held in trust, but they still are tied to the estate trust. Why? Because the estate is acting as trust right now, and I'm acting as grantor and settler. Why? So I can settle the obligations of my person. What's my person? My flesh. My flesh is the person that I'm granting and selling the debts for. Why? Because the person is the one inquiring the debts. See, you got to understand who you are. It's time to wake up out the slumber. You've been asleep for a very long time. You've been asleep. Some of us don't even know who we are. Carbon-based beings are eternal beings. We don't even, like, you got to understand who you are, right? And remember in the Bible, it was talking about the gods, the sons of gods, and it was talking about the devil. And I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember exactly what it said, but if you a Bible reader and stuff, you know what I'm talking about. And it was talking about where, remember one time the guys showed up, but they had the devil with them, right? And then it said in there that it said something in there about where the gods have become like mere men and live in a mortal life, and they should die as mortals, right? So you got to understand the creation of man. You got to know God in the creation of how things are created, because you could be a God, right? And because you only acknowledge your flesh, the form that you are possessed in, or that you're expressing yourself through as your true self, you're misrepresenting your true identity in yourself, not knowing who you are. You're misrepresenting who you are to the world and everything, because you still don't know who you are. All right? Now, so as a man thinketh, so he is, but man is God. Understand this. The original man is made in the image and the likeness of God, a direct reflection of God. So man is God. So when you say the original man is made in the image and the likeness of God, so is man thinking, so he becomes. Only God can become what he say and be what it is. So if man is saying is what he think he becomes, then what is man? Is man God? Because they say only God can say be and it is. So it says, so as a man thinketh, so he is. So man is what he thinks. He becomes what he thinks. Right? So if you are God and you're having an experience as a man, but inside of you is something of greater value, of greater purpose, and it's a divine, immortal spirit that has all authority, power, and control over all aspects of what we call reality. And you are one of them, what they call a star, whatever they want to call us. And you are one of those gods that make up the total collective consciousness of everything we see and we call reality. And you are one of them that makes this possible. And you believe you are mortal, and you believe you die physically like a man, and you believe the lie told and bestowed upon you, then you die as a man. You did it to yourself. You took yourself because you forgot, and the devil said, I'm going to get them all, except for your chosen ones. I'm going to get them all, except for those that are chosen. So understand who you are, man, and realize how powerful your mind is, because mind is God. Okay? And so as you think it, so you become. So stop thinking that death is a finalization for you. There's no death for you. There's a transition. We look at death as a transitional stage of growth and development to new stages of higher development and degrees of consciousness. We don't look at death as a state of moral. When you go and you bury somebody, or you go to a funeral and you're sitting there crying, you're worshiping the thing. The thing is the flesh. Flesh is not the true person. You're not supposed to worship images and idols. The Bible says that you're not supposed to do that. So death ritual is a sin. That's a form of idolization. You're idolizing something physical when man is not physical. You're putting pictures up of all the ones that died. You're hanging them up in your house. You're putting them on the walls. The Bible says you're not supposed to worship any graven images. You didn't think your flesh was a graven image of who you are? Your children? Everything. So everything we've been doing as far as taking pictures, we've been violating laws. That's how you know you sleep. Because you still don't realize and recognize what's going on. You still don't recognize that this is a graven image. And you're not supposed to be worshiping it. You're not supposed to be having images of it on the wall. Because that's why they're able to use Jesus and change his face and stuff, because it's a graven image. And it can be deceitful. So you got to stop it. Just like Michael Jackson was black when I remember him. But I guarantee you, when they show who he is, he's going to be a white man. Why? Because it's a graven image. You're not supposed to do that. That's why it's easy to change it. Since we want to recognize an image, you want to see what Jesse James looked like, well, let us give them the Jesse James they want. And now he white. Now you running around thinking, now you got a graven image in your mind and it's stuck there. And thoughts don't just express thoughts. Words don't just express thoughts. Guess what they do? They condition thoughts. So if I can express a word to you and get that word to become a word you accept, it can condition the way you think. Just like if I told a woman she ain't nothing, you ain't gonna never be nothing. Girl, you ain't nothing but a baby mama. All you good for is having babies, cleaning this house, and making me some damn food. Now get in there and do what I tell you to do. And I tell her that every day. Girl, you ain't nothing. You ain't gonna never be nothing. All you good for is opening your legs up for me and having a couple kids and cooking me something to eat. Get in there and do what I tell you. Eventually, she's gonna believe that. Why? Because words condition your thoughts. Words are not empty. Words are full of life, meaning, have present, past, and future intentions. So when you use words, you got to understand what's going on. Words are they say words don't hurt you. Yes, they can. Words can impact you. You get a ticket and that ticket come in the mail, that thing hit you. You feel it in your body. You be like, man, I got to go to this court. Man, you can feel it. You don't want to deal with that. It hit you and shock you. That boy hit you. Man, I got a ticket, man. I hate these things. You know, it do something to you. You can't say words don't affect you. Let them write you and tell you got an IRS $100,000 bill. Watch what happened to you. You gonna feel that thing. Well, you gonna feel that thing. Yeah. Words carry vibration. What? Words don't carry vibration. Sticks and stones might break my bones, but words would never hurt. That was the deceptive. That's another deceptive act. Whoever made that up, you dirty dog. And then you taught it to us when we was children, so we wouldn't understand what it really meant. Sticks and stones might break my bones, but words would never hurt. So that's indirectly you getting me to believe that a word couldn't physically hurt my flesh or break my bone. Right? So it's a way of getting you to believe that words are powerless against you. Unless somebody physically caused you harm, a word itself couldn't hurt you. But when you go to court, ain't they dealing with words? Ain't they dealing with a claim, a written report, written information, indictment? When you lose your house, don't they use words against you? Don't they write you and tell you you're in default? Don't they tell you that we about to repossess your car? Are those words they're using? Do words hurt? Can words leave you in a bad situation? Can words have your children taken away from you? Can words get you killed? Can words have them inject you with stuff that you don't need in your system? Tell me, how powerful are words? Can words put you in prison? Can words hold you in prison? I mean, since words don't hurt, since words don't have no, since everybody think words are, usually there is this whole system based off constitutional statutes. Man, are those words? Does those words have legal effect in your life? I believe they do. So don't sit there and ever tell nobody that words don't hurt. Oh, yeah, yes, they do. You know what I'm saying? And ignorance of the law is no excuse, because to be ignorant is one of the worst things to ever be. Is to be ignorant. You're an idiot. You're a fool. That's what an idiot is. Somebody that's just plain out foolish. And the reason why the world is so upside down, because you got spirits, intellectual intelligence, God-like force beings, only acknowledging themselves as flesh and blood. They didn't forgot who they truly were, and they running around on the earth like animals. They running around like that's all they can do is eat, sleep, and have babies. They forgot about the real true self. Then they going into the church and being told that the power of God or the Maz is somewhere separate from them. You got to go out, and so you steady trying to find your way to this source, but it's so far away from you that you can't see it in this lifetime. You got to live this life and then die to get to that one in order to, so it's so many things that's being told, so many lies and trickery that's being used against the people to keep them blind. And a lot of people don't know that the government funding all of this. The government funding religion. If God was in religion, the government wouldn't fund it. If God was in religion, the government wouldn't give out license to them to teach and practice God. No, God, they give them that for a reason. They need them to teach that concept. Why? Because we need people that have hope, belief, and faith. You understand? Man, matter of fact, let me read this to you. Man, I'm gonna show you, man, because you don't believe me. You don't believe me? You don't believe me, and I'm gonna show it to you, because you need to understand that those churches and stuff is the government want that up there. Huh? You don't believe me though? Show it to you. Watch this. Legal definition of hope. And this is legal, right? In legal context, hope is generally interpreted as precatory term, expressing a desire or a wish rather than a binding command or mandatory obligation. So you can do it, you can be given a command or something, but instead you want to hope. You want to hope because they taught you that shit. All right? Particularly in wills and trusts, it lacks the certainty required to create an enforceable duty. So why would you want to have hope when it's lacking? It's lacking, man. It's lacking. Often treated as non-binding advice or a hopeful request. So don't come to me with your damn hope. I don't care nothing about what you hope and believe in, because it's not factual. Look, check this out. Faith. Faith. In the legal context, faith generally refers to sincerity, honesty of intent, or loyalty to a duty. And most frequently used in the context of good faith, bona fide, which requires honesty, dealing in observance and intent to defraud, in legal phrases like full faith and credit regarding judicial proceedings. So, let me see. Get a good definition of faith. So it says, showing dedication or commitment toward a certain obligation or a person, having genuine or straightforward intentions, reliable, fulfilling promises and commitments, and the law firm had faith in their commitment to their client. So faith is the evidence behind what it is that you have believed in. So your faith is your commitment toward what you believe in. So when you have faith that if you pray, it'll change your life. So you start praying for certain things, and the more and more you pray, that shows your faith in what you believe in. So faith is the actions taken behind the things that you claim that you believe in. If your faith claims for you to, it requires for you to do certain things in order to prove your faith, right? Then you have to start doing those things. And the more you do them, like when you give tithes, when you do this, when you do that, that shows that you have faith in what it is that you believe in. Now, let's get to the definition of belief, right? All right. Belief is the subject conviction or acceptance that a statement, a fact, or a proposition is true, right? Often based on something less than absolute knowledge. See? So that means that when you believe in God, when you believe in religion, and you believe you going off something that's based on something less than absolute knowledge. This stuff is not based on absolute knowledge. Okay? It's not based on absolute knowledge. It's based off a religious belief. All right? Or a doctrine. Or a direct evidence. So basically, belief lacks absolute knowledge and direct evidence. So when you go in talking all this stuff about your religion, you lacking knowledge and evidence, right? It represents a state of mind frequently cited as information and belief to distinguish assertions based on secondhand information rather than personal knowledge. So you basically come in with a book that somebody else wrote, secondhand information, and you trying to enforce that to me to tell me that this is what God said. This is what you gotta. This is secondhand knowledge you coming with. Okay? So you gotta understand why they will want a system based off faith, hope, and belief. Because you're not coming with actual facts. Right? Like this is a cold demonstration, man. I can't make it up. It's a cold demonstration. And you really gotta you really gotta you gotta really be on point. Hold up, let me get one more thing. I'm gonna show you something real quick. All right, let me get to my spot. All right, give me a minute. I'm trying to find where this information at. It's in here somewhere. I'm reading out of the canon codes. So you have to give me a minute to find what I'm looking for. All right. Here we go. So let's get to it. Let me get back. All right. So I say I'm coming from the canons, right? So gnosis is a fictional term meaning confidence in or reliance on the validity of some quality or attribute of a form based on proof, reason, or logic without the need of belief or faith, knowledge. Therefore, in its truest sense, means the quality of possessing and displaying gnosis. So when you have knowledge, you can display by the things you do that you have knowledge. When you take an action, when you do something, that's gnosis. I don't believe that God is with me. I know God is with me because he's given me the knowledge to deal with my affairs. And my actions and the way I act shows that I have knowledge, that I'm not hoping, that I've been blessed with the knowledge, the gift to transcend, right? To know thyself, right? To know thyself implies not only to learn, but the ability to discern what is and what is not. So when you know yourself, you know more than just your name, more than just your body, okay? Thus, gnosis and true knowledge has always been the enemy of deception in those who deliberately mislead because they want the people to identify as entities, persons. So anybody bringing true knowledge has always been an enemy to the government or those that seek to mislead. As those canons of divine law and natural law are proven with proof, reason, and logic alone, the true rule of canon of law rests upon the gnosis in the true knowledge, not faith nor belief. Any definition that attempts to connect the opposite concepts of faith and belief to gnosis or knowledge is deliberately false and misleading. In accordance with these canons, any such definition is automatically rendered null and void. So you can't bring your belief in your faith when I come with true knowledge. You can't say that your faith and belief stand up against this knowledge when I'm giving you facts. And you steady coming with your hope and belief, right? Any definition that attempts to imply negative connotation or the defective meaning to gnosis or gnosis in favor of belief or faith is deliberately false and misleading argument. In accordance with these canons, any such definition is automatically rendered null and void. Where anyone references rights to speak gnosis, true knowledge, or knowledge in respects of law, it shall mean the canons and none other. Look, belief. Belief is the confidence in or reliance on the validity of some quality or attribute of a form based on custom and faith without proof. Belief is therefore equivalent to the concept of trust based on faith of a higher deity. So belief is like you have trust. It's like a trust with God that you have faith that what was given is true, right? Belief is not the same as faith, nor trust. Belief is fictional term, originally equivalent in the meaning trusting God. Whereas faith in its original fictional sense means the duty of the fulfillment of one's trust in God. Belief is therefore trust in the divine that something is true, whereas faith is an obligation to believe something is true. Belief is not the same as gnosis or true knowledge. Belief is based on trust of a higher deity, while gnosis or true knowledge is based on trust born from proof, reason, or logic in order to strengthen certain fictional modules of reality, because I'm not no damn fiction, man. You ain't no damn person. I know who I am based on faith. The definition of gnosis has the abrogated and the definition of belief deliberately misconstrued. So they put belief out front, y'all. They did that shit on purpose. They put belief out front as a means and a module for us to have faith in God without actually knowing who God really was, so that you can be lost at sea, right? Listen. As these canons of divine law, natural law, and positive law incorporate the proof and existence of divine creator in all, as well as perfect gnosis, it may be correctly construed that these canons represent perfect belief. So they're saying that you shouldn't have to believe and have faith in God when he's perfected his gift upon man. The knowledge is there. When anyone references and writes, speaks belief, true belief, or perfect belief, it shall mean the canons and none other. Trust. Trust is confidence in or reliance on the validity of some quality or attribute of a form being true based on custom without proof of faith. Trust is now also applied to a form of administration in the conveyance of rights and obligations in relationships. Trust does not have the same meaning as faith. Trust is a fictional form that does not inherently imply the need of proof, nor faith, or confidence in something being true. Whereas faith in its original fictional form means the duty of fulfilling one's trust in God in order to strengthen certain fictional modules of reality based on faith. The definition of trust has deliberately been misconstrued. And it says, as these canons of divine law, natural law, and cognitive law, and positive law incorporate the proof into the existence of all and without the need of proof, it may be correctly construed that these canons represent perfect trust. When anyone references, speaks, trust, true trust, or perfect trust, it shall mean these canons and none other. Now I'm gonna go to this last thing. Now this is reality. All right, now you understand why I'm telling you who you are and why you need to understand and study thyself, right? Reality is a fictional module of existence constructed, right, upon forms and meaning, enabling the degrees of certainty and reproducibility necessary for the operation of positive law, right? Neither reality nor absolute truth existing according to natural law or divine law as a universe of unique collective awareness depends on or upon the existence of a paradox of relativity, right? So it breaks down like reality in full so you can understand how reality, everything ties in. Then you got all these different norms and different things, morality, right? As we go down in the canons, then you get into proof, right? So proof is demonstrated or production of one or more facts and evidence to support an argument based on reason and logic. Proof, therefore, does not depend upon faith or trust, right? As these canons of divine law, natural law, cognitive law, and positive law comprehensively prove divine law, natural law, and positive law, they stand as the highest proof of law against any other claims of inferior law, right? Let me go down. So truth is a fictional concept originally meaning the quality of being steadfast in adherence to the commandment, or friend, or principle, or cause, or to one's promise, right? Hence, truth or true means, in essence, to be honest, trustworthy, upright, or virtuous, sincere, and free from deceit. As certain inferior entities throughout history have attempted to install and maintain their flawed mode of reality, the meaning of truth and true has been corrupted to mean facts, exact, and agreement with standards or rules of controlling entities, regardless of persons, arguments, or logic. Hence, truth has become wholly divorced from consistent virtues, behaviors, to simply being adherence to standards and rules, regardless of whether such rules were deliberately deceitful and corrupt, right? Given the original and essential meaning of truth, in truth is to be free from deceit and deception, and any definition that attempts to imply truth or truth to permit adherence to corrupt standards or inferior rules, these are devoid from reason, logic, and therefore automatically rendered null and void, right? Let me go down some. Find something else in here for y'all. All right, so look, I'm gonna go over this last list, these couple of last sessions. I'm gonna get up out of here, y'all. So, a form is a shape, appearance, or propriety of an object or a concept attributed through a valid action or a ritual in accordance with canons of law that follow this canon, right? Form is never the object or the concept itself. So the body is a form, right? But the body is not the man, right? It's not the real man itself. It's just the body that he travels in. But the body is in the form, right? So form is never the object or the concept itself. But the meaning and the proprieties attributed to the object or the concept through a valid action or ritual. Therefore, all forms are fictional. So flesh is fictional. Okay? These 7 valid forms exist in law, being person, species, animal, plant, notion, or a thing. An object or a concept without a valid form has no existence in law. So a person is an agency. So if it's not a proper established agency, it has no existence in law because there is no principal and agent relationship, right? Any absence, mistake, or error of action or ritual associated with form shall render it defective, obligated, or null to the extent of the severity of deficiency in accordance with these canons. Such claim as length of existence, custom, consent, and first claim have no effect in limiting any defectiveness of the form. Any form derived through an action or a ritual contrary to prescript of a valid canon is therefore reprobate, suppressed, and not permitted to be revived, right? Now, a person is a 16th century CE created word. So a person is not even you. A person is a damn word. Okay, the word became flesh and traveled amongst men. Understand, in the beginning was the word. They're not talking about in the beginning of creation. They're talking about in the beginning of their corporation, right? Now check it out. But falsely claimed from the 6th century CE, defining a fictional form of property enclosing certain characteristics and appearances as identity. So it ain't even real, y'all. It's a word, but it appears to have characteristics in the appearance of a man. It's called a Cesta KV Trust, an artificial entity created at law, contrast to human beings, right? It can be sued on property, but by law, it's artificial in nature. All right. So understand what your identity is. Okay. It's a created entity along with you that they're trying to hide you under by making you believe that it's you. Of one or more, you are a level 6 higher order life form to which for the rights of use are then annexed. God gave you the right to use that body, right? Or that person. You are the actual life force that the rights have been annexed to. The word person comes from the Latin word persona. In Latin, it means a mask or a character of a part of a play, and originates as a key element of fraudulent treaties known as corpus juris civilis at the end of the 16th century, whereby all persons by their nature were falsely claimed to be subjects of the jurisdiction of the Roman court, also known as the Vatican. This invention of persons from the 16th century enabled enclosure of the bodies of living flesh beings. So they enclosed your body with this person, and the alienation of traditional and natural rights associated with them. So under this person, you don't have no damn rights. If you allow this person to take your place, it takes your rights away. A person being viewed as a type of property. That's why they can sell and make you pay bills, because they're viewing you as property, because you're identifying as the person, the property, which could be purchased, sold, seized, or surrendered. Come on, man. Hands down, man. The existence of a valid and proper person requires the following minimum 9 elements to be present, being author, script, actor, relation, binding, part, action, record, and title. The author, also known as the principal, including but not limited to the creator. See, you are the divine creator. You are a divine being and you are the creator, trustor, and general executor. That's who you are. And the holder of the original authority is the term used to define the one empowered to direct the actions of the actor, the body, the agent, the trustee, in accordance with the express script. The script is life. The script, also known as the deed or covenant or statute, is the term used to define the instrument of empowerment by which the actor principal directs the actions of the actor for the benefit of the part, the identity, and the beneficiary. See that? So the principal directs the body to do something for the beneficiary, which is the legal name and information written in the contracts. I'm gonna stop right there, though. I'm gonna stop right there. I ain't gonna go no far. I ain't gonna go no far. I'm done, y'all. I'm done. You say them cannons hard. Yeah, boy. Boy, the cannons ain't no joke, boy. Hey, listen. That's what they don't want you to know. They don't want you to know them cannons. They want you to stay stuck on just the Constitution, the state statutes, state codes. And I mean, not to say nothing wrong with it, but in order for you to fully interpret those codes, statutes, and rules and regulations, you gotta know other aspects of law. You gotta be able to know things from a different standpoint and a perspective in order for those things to truly make sense to you. In order for you, like I done covered a lot of stuff today on here, just going through a lot of different things to help the people get an understanding. You know what I'm saying? So you can understand what's going on. Right now, it's gonna take a little work. Yeah, they use more than just the cannons. The cannons, like them cannons that I just showed you, that ain't nothing. All right, trust me, that ain't nothing. Okay, it is something, but it ain't nothing. Okay, it's something, but it ain't nothing. I got some fire over here, like I'm trying to tell you. When I tell you that your brother is divinely blessed, I'm not lying to you, man. I'm blessed, man. I know, like, I'm not guessing, I'm not assuming, I'm not making nothing up. I can prove everything that I tell you is true and correct. That I understand that man don't understand who he is. He don't understand his divine creed at all. He only understands that he's a living fleshly being. That's it. That's it, man. Hey, listen, and if you didn't give me a shirt, if you didn't give me no likes, you a lame. You a straight lame, and you gonna get what you got coming to you. Because if I don't deserve a share, a like, and so much more for what I just gave you over this period of time that I've been on here, then you definitely a lame. You're a coward, and you're a sucker because you don't know how to give in exchange. All you want to do is take, and it's people like you is the reason why the world is the way it is, because there's too many selfish, greedy people that just want to take, and never give nobody no consideration in return, and wonder why you in the conditions that you in, because you don't give no consideration. You give and you shall receive. You know what I'm saying? Why do you think I'm giving you this information? Because I've already received my blessings. You see what I'm saying? That's why I'm able to give. Because I've been he's filled my cup up. My cup full. My cup full. You see what I showed you today? My cup full. Full. Yeah, you're welcome, sister. All y'all, man, it's my pleasure, my blessings to always come before you guys and share information with you. I know how hard it is when you're trying to learn this information. You got children, you got family, you got all your expenses, your job, all the things you got currently going for yourself. And you don't really want to mess up your accounts. You don't really want to get into something and then you get wrapped up and then you jammed up and now you're losing everything. So I understand how detrimental this stuff could be to somebody that do something, they don't really know what they're doing, or they act on something and then you mess up everything because you don't know how to defend or do what you. That's why I provide this platform. What I'm doing to you today is not just to show you that I pertain a particular knowledge and that I have knowledge of certain things that many people may not know or figured out yet, but it's for a way for you to reach out to me, for you to come in and deal with me personally. So I open my platform up to you. I tell you, go to buildingbetterminds.info. Matter of fact, we were the people remedy before we were building better minds. You see what I'm saying? We were providing remedy to the people before you started hearing so many people talk about remedy this and remedy that. We became out as the people remedy. That's when I started my mission of providing information to the people, teaching people about the acts, the codes, the statutes, and exposing a lot of different things to help people understand so they can start reading. Then when we advanced, that's when we became building better minds, because now we're operating on a whole different level of conscious thoughts and information, to where now we're doing things from a different standpoint. So my whole thing is to build a better mind, which will build a better community and a better environment and a better society for all of us. You see what I'm saying? But it's hard to get people to come to the right information or tap in with you because there's so many fraudulent people that's hustling. There's so many hustlers, and some of these hustlers are good hustlers. They know how to talk good. They know how to make things sound good. They know how to advertise good. They know how to draw you in, and then you just spend thousands, and then you run across me, somebody who giving you real accurate information that can really help you and your family. But now you looking at me with a side eye because you're looking at me like the rest of them, even though I'm showing you facts. Even though I'm proving to you, and I didn't prove to you on this video how to pay all your bills and everything just from this live. I didn't show you how to do some things. I might not even show you what to write, but I've showed you enough information to let you know that there is a way for you to deal with your situation. And whether or not you want to deal with it, or you take the efforts to stand up in the truth that you know to be true and correct, or you get with a brother who can provide you with a means and a way of doing things that the proper way. It's strictly up to you. All right. I done my part. All right. I wash my hands, y'all. I'm done. Okay. If I never make another lie, if I never come back on and say another word about anything about any of this information, I've done my job. I've already put out enough information on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok that's life changing. I got so much information, forms, documents, different parts of code that's breaking down stuff all over my platform. And if you really looking for truth, you know where to find it. All right? You know where to find it. It's just up to you whether or not you're going to put forth the efforts to learn what you need to know to enforce your rights. But as far as knowing and understanding what's happening, you ain't got no excuses. You ain't got no excuses. There is no excuses for you because he said that the truth will be known and that truth shall set you free. So the truth is being exposed all around you. You just don't want to believe it because you want to be in that world. You see what I'm saying? You like the all the things that he make. He drawing up this and he making big baseball fields and he's doing everything to entertain you like you a little kid so you can never mature and grow up to do the same things that he's doing. All right. So you got to keep you. What do you do to children? You entertain them to keep them what? To keep them occupied. So that's what they do to you. You ain't nothing but a grown kid. I ain't gonna say children, grown children, sporting and playing all day. Who's sporting and play? Children do. All you gotta do is go on TikTok. You see grown women shaking their booty. Amen. On that men dancing like women and popping like women. Come on, man. I ain't never seen so many dudes that dance like females in my life, popping and shaking. And dudes dance better than the women. Like it is crazy. Like I've never seen it in my life, man. It's just everything is upside down. So, you know, the devil really working hard. He trying to gather up his army. And I hope that you on the right side and that you're not on the wrong side. Because he working hard every day to gather his troops up. He got them eating, he feeding them all the flesh and blood. He feeding them the people to him, and he getting you nice and fat and ready for the war. Huh? And a lot of y'all don't know that civil war is a mental war. A civil war is a war of the minds of the people. All right? So when you talk about civil law, civil war, when they talk about civil rights, they're talking about this. All right? Everything that they deal with. That's why they had to come with the 14th Amendment. Why? Because they needed a way to occupy your property. They needed a way to govern your property. If they didn't rest to the flesh, right, which was your body, which was the body, the flesh, then they wouldn't have a system of records pertaining to that person. So they had to, everything that they did was in order for them to gain a leverage of control, but at the same time, not to control you, but to serve you. All right, because the ones that have the highest authority are subservient to the people. So the government is subservient to you. The government is your servant. So if you have a debt, the government is supposed to serve and pay that debt off. Right? They in service of your needs. In service of your obligations. It's almost like having a main bank that agrees that as long as you return any of his money back to it, it'll pay it off. So the government basically gave all these institutions money. The dealer got money, the realtor got money, but all the money they got is United States funds. It's all backed by the United States full faith and credit. Why? Because they can't sell you a lease that's not backed by the Fed system because only the Fed can pay. So when you start thinking about that, all these institutions are issuing you money, how you know? Because in order for you to get a loan from a lender, you got to apply for it. Why? Because a loan is a payment instrument. Why? In order for you to receive a loan or financing on a loan, you got to apply for it. So the lender got to have an application to give you the rights to receive payment. And once he give you the instrument, you can cash it in with the United States, and the United States agrees to provide full faith and credit on all U.S. obligations. So most people don't never cash it in. Why? Because they don't know that they in the federal district. They don't know you're in the United States. You don't know that you're acting as a federal person. You don't understand jurisdiction. You don't understand commerce. You keep looking at it as a personal debt. It's either a debt or it's an alleged right. I'm gonna show you my last thing before I go. I'm really going this time, y'all. Y'all ain't gonna keep on getting all my time now. No, I'm just talking. I'm gonna show you right now, though. You see it. All right. Cause hey, listen. Man, they been getting off like a mud, though. They been getting off like a mud, though. I'm gonna show you the last thing and then I'm gone. Now, if this don't prove to you that the brother is on point and that I know what I'm talking about, and that everything that I showed you today is life-changing for you and your family, I don't know what to tell you. Hey, go to Building Better Minds and tap in with me. That's all I can tell you. Go get a coaching, get you a mentorship. Let me mentor you. Let me mentor you, your family. If you want to learn, if you want to, really get a full understanding of everything, because I'm like just going all over the place, just showing you stuff today. But if you really want to, get a sound package locked in tight on how to do things correctly, tap in with your brother, man. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm showing you what I'm showing you so you can know who I am, right? All right, with respects to the obligation. All right, so with respect to an obligation is a debt, right? So an issuer, we're trying to find out who the issuer is, right? So with respects to an obligation or a defense to a security, so an issuer includes the person that places or authorizes the placing of his name on a security other than an authenticating trustee. So if you're not a trustee, a register, a transfer agent like a bank or the like, the only reason why you sign that security is to evidence a share, a participation, or other interest in its property because you are agents. You're evidencing your interest in your own property, right? And your interest is what is due for you to pay with. You provide value, the interest attaches when you sign, and then your interest becomes payable as an amount you're supposed to pay to the lender. He's receiving the value through your signature, which creates the interest, and it becomes your obligation to pay it, right? Or in an enterprise or evidence is duty to perform an obligation represented by the certificate, right? So you are an issuer when you sign a contract or you sign an agreement. You either signing saying that you are the debtor, that's your obligation, or you're signing and you're using it as a defense in order to show that you are a party having a particular interest and a right to receive certain payments or benefits. So either the debt is your obligation, either you sign the lease as a debtor, or you sign the lease as a party having an interest in the rights to receive rents against the debtor's account. So it's up to you on how you see it. It's your obligation and you hold it. It's either your defense or it's either your debt. It's either an alleged debt or an assumed debt that has been acquired by a consumer in accordance to the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act. Okay? And with that said, man, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna bring this one straight to a closure. Thank you for your time. Thank everybody for tapping in, everybody that gave comments, anybody that shared, that liked the information. I really appreciate you guys, man. I hope that this information was life-changing and very good information for you and your family to be used for any purpose that you see fit to use the information for. So now, hopefully I've broken y'all in, to where now you have enough confidence in your brother to trust in your brother. You see what I'm saying? To now when we were talking about have faith and having belief and all of that, you see what I'm saying? Now you should have enough gnosis, enough knowledge, enough understanding based off what I've given you to know who I am. You shouldn't have to assume. You shouldn't have to have faith. You shouldn't have to believe that I know. You should know who this man is on the screen. And with that said, I leave you as I always do, in love, in truth, in peace, in freedom, in justice, and equality for us all. You guys have a wonderful and a blessed evening,